We're so glad that all of you are here, not only in person, but also online. I'm Dr. Jonas Valente, postdoctoral researcher at the OII, leading the Cloud Work project for the Fair Work project. Now we have our online room. And to everyone online and in the room, welcome to the Global South Internet Data and AI Studies Workshop. The aim of this event is to highlight approaches from Global South countries in the field of Internet, data, and AI studies. We know that that is a broad set of nations, cultures, and views, which must be seen in its diversity. So we talk about Global South countries, the Global South theories, methods, and approach. And here we gather just a tiny but highly relevant set of perspectives, usually less visible in the Global North institutions, events, and journals. This is one among many efforts to show how we must acknowledge the contributions of the majority world in order to understand the world's challenges related to Internet data and AI. We have gathered Global South authors to present their countries' and regions' theoretical and methodological contributions. We are delighted to have this incredible group of speakers and presenters, as well as all of you attending this two-day workshop. I would like to thank our supporters for this event. So first, supported by funding, the Oxford Internet Institute EDI Committee and the OII's research program on AI government and policy, funded by the Dieter Schwarz Foundation. Thank you all to the Oxford School of Global and Area Studies and the Wadham College for supporting this event. So in the OII group, I would like to mention our director, Professor Victoria Nash, and the Professor Katerina Ertog, that is the director of the EDI committee. And for the OSGA, I would like to thank Professor Rebecca Lee that will be here with us today, and Professor Nayanika that kindly volunteered to chair one of the sessions as well. In addition to that, I would like to thank networks that helped us to disseminate the event. So we have here representatives of the Latin American Council of Social Science, Professor Bolaño, Professor Elena Martins, also the African Digital Rights Network with Professor Tony Roberts, and Dr. Rutenu Shabikwa. So to those networks, we appreciate, and also speakers, all the speakers helped. We have here, I'm going to introduce in a couple of minutes, Professor Andrea Medrado from IMCR, Professor Cheryl Soriano, that is also part of many networks, and I believe that those networks working were essential for this event to be what it is. So the day will consist of 4 roundtables highlighting perspectives from different areas in the Global South. Each panel will begin with a brief introduction from each speaker, followed by a discussion and questions at the end. If you're joining online, please put your questions into the Q&A box, and those in the room, save your questions until the end of the panel, please. For your awareness, this event is being recorded and will be posted on our website following the event. Please note that there are not fire alarm tests planned during this event. If the alarm sounds, please exit via the fire doors. And some housekeeping bits. If someone has an issue during the day, please ask Alan or Althea, which is probably outside. And I would like to thank Alan and Althea for everything that they've done. The coffee, I believe that all of you have been there already in the William Du room, and smoking is only allowed nearby the cigarette bins. We hope you can also join us online tomorrow for informal sessions discussing approaches adopted from Global South regions. So I would like to invite Professor Andrea Medrado and Professor Cheryl Soriano for the first roundtable. So Professor Andrea Medrado is a senior lecturer in global communications and the research director for communications at the University of Exeter. She's a co-VP of the International Association for Media and Communication Research and a co-investigator of the Social Foundations of Cryptography and PI for AIM, AI in and from the margins. Professor Cheryl Soriano is a professor at the Department of Communication at De La Salle University in the Philippines. And she's the PI for Fair Work Philippines and co-investigator of digital transaction platforms in Asia, and explores local embedding of digital platforms and how platformization shapes conditions. In addition to that, Professor Cheryl is also a co-editor of Platforms in Society, and she has edited special issues on Global South and digital humanities. So We have two top-level scholars here who can bring perspectives not only from, as Dr. Andrea Medrado likes to speak, the South-North flow, but also the South-South cooperation flow. So Professor Andrea, I will inform you when we have 5 minutes.
Okay, yeah, great. Good morning. Good morning. Thank you so much for inviting to be here at this workshop. I'm very happy, very honored. I'm Andrea Medrado. I'm a senior lecturer at the University of Exeter and a co-director of research for the communications department at the University of Exeter. And the title of my presentation is Favela IA, Latin American Epistemological and Methodological Contributions to Critical Data and AI. So, universities love acronyms, as you probably know. And we are new at Exeter, we are young at Exeter, not me, the department. And we are setting up a new critical AI research center, the acronym CRAC. We are very happy about the acronym. It's Irish slang for a good time, a fun experience, a friendly conversation. And yeah, so here are all the meanings of crack, as you can see in the slide. So, you know, a trip to Oxford, good crack, mighty crack, etc. But anyway, for those of us researching critical issues to do with tech and AI, actually, the times are not fun at all, right? They're not good crack. So what matters is that when we were having these conversations with my colleagues, two questions emerged. The first one was, you know, we're in an English university institution. Would it be a kind of cultural appropriation to use this Irish slang? And what really matters here, like the main focus of this paper, this presentation, is asking what does critical AI mean to begin with? And how can Latin American epistemological and methodological perspectives contribute to our scholarly thinking about critical data and AI? And going back to the kind of cultural appropriation question just very quickly, I'm a Syrian, Baiana, Brazilian person, absolutely zero Irish roots as far as I know. Would it be a kind of a cultural appropriation? Am I over-worried? But the point is that when we think about these things, we think about doing critical data, critical AI, we need to think about where we stand in relation to these debates and really ask yourselves, where are we located socially, culturally, geographically, economically, in our institutions, in our subjectivities, to ask these questions and to tackle these debates. So we are drawing here from some ideas from a Brazilian feminist Black author called Jamila Ribeiro, who published a book called Lugar de Fala in Portuguese, which can be literally translated as a place of speech or a locus of enunciation. And it's been translated as where we stand because it draws from a lot of ideas from standpoint feminism and authors like Sandra Harding. But it's basically a call for us to reflect about our places in society, in the world, the social standings that give us privileges in some ways, oppress us in other ways, and the idea is that if we critically locate ourselves like this is a really good starting point to then engage in dialogue with plural others in their multiple places of speech. So that's why we're like the whole cultural appropriation question is just about like critically locating ourselves. So my own place as a Latin American, a Latina woman, someone who's been privileged to learn English, to travel abroad, to be based in a global North institution, but also part of a very invisible group in the UK, really interested in this location of Latin American epistemological and methodological contributions to our thinking about critical data and AI. And of course, it's not about me. Lots of other scholars and colleagues and researchers have been also undertaking this endeavor. For example, Stefania Milan and Emiliano Trere have led the project Big Data from the South that many of us might be familiar with, interrogating this idea of universalism of datification from an epistemology of the South. They're very inspired by Latin American epistemologies. Other colleagues like Paola Ricarte have worked on data-centric epistemologies, sort of critiquing the coloniality of power. And colleagues as well, such as Jonas Valenti and Raphael Groman, have sort of called attention to go beyond also critical data and data colonialism, drawing from perspectives from Latin American dependency theory, for example, and the work of authors such as Enrique Dussel and Lelia Gonzalez. So going back to the aims of this presentation, there are three, really. This way to do sort of critical thinking about data and AI from Latin American perspectives. The first one is the need to theorize with big emphasis on the word with here, with the Global South, and I'll tell you what we mean about the Global South in a moment, with Latin America in our case, and with the research participants as well. The second point has to do with the idea of empathy, drawing from the work of Brazilian educator Paulo Freire, his ideas of empathy, and problematizing AI as an uncaring structure. I'll tell you about that in a moment. And finally, interrogating what is intelligence, if we're talking about artificial intelligence. And here I'm learning bottom-up epistemologies from favela groups, so groups in shanty towns and slums in Brazil, which I've been working with for many years and learning from them. So I'll tell you what I mean about favela in a moment as well. So these ideas, they stem from projects that I've been working on for many years. They started as a kind of pilot project. They are now evolving, growing to a larger project. But it started in 2022 with a pilot study, a few months coincidentally before ChatGPT was actually introduced. And it was called AI for the Social Good with a question mark, because we were asking, what does the social good mean to begin with? Using the Latin American tradition of participatory action research in workshops in the global north with groups of students, tech activists, and tech workers. This is how the workshops were organized. I work on this project with a colleague at the University of Westminster, where I was based at the time, Peter Verdigan. And in my work, I've been looking a lot at this idea of South-to-South flows, as in media activism and South-to-South communication. Here's a quick book, seconds of book plug on the book that we published in 2023. I'm also a fan of PDF activism. And also this led us to this idea of South-to-North flows, proposing this South-to-North as in Global South and Global North flows, using participatory approaches that stem from Latin America, because we've all been in that situation that someone is editing a collection, they need a Latin American chapter, they need a case study chapter from the Global North or South, sorry, and then they ask you for that Latin American chapter so that you can test some kind of Global North model into a Latin American case study or test ground. So we wanted to challenge that, basically invert this logic, do a kind of South-North flow, asking why is the North centrality always so taken for granted? And what is the Global South? Won't have time to really delve into this, but for a start, it's more than a geographic location in the South. It's about a line that separates people who are deemed subhuman from people who are considered human, people who are entitled to lots of rights or full rights from people who are entitled to little or no rights. It's a problematic term, as we know, because it lumps together all the others and the kind of othering of the others, a bit like the sign at Heathrow Airport, rest of the world. But it's also a very useful term, as in a political solidarity project, and it can be thought in a kind of very unpretentious way as a conversation starter about issues to do with colonial legacies, colonial scarring, and hopefully a bit of colonial healing. As for participatory action research, it's a response to kind of very top-down development paradigms in the Latin American context specifically, in which organizations, companies, researchers would go to communities and offer solutions so people can become more developed. And of course, people started to question this, just like I've been questioning this whole case study, apply the Northern model to the South. So PAR is really rooted in this sense of confrontation, of challenging this. It's based on the vivencias, the Spanish and Portuguese word for the lived experiences, in a very situated way, an identified way, like I began the presentation kind of locating ourselves. committed to not just understanding the world through research, but also transforming the world. Research should not just understand, it should also try to transform and change things, rejecting this asymmetry, so the boundaries between teachers and students, research subjects and research objects. We're all on equal grounds, trying to think of ways to make the world a better place. So, yes. We've been working with our participatory action research approaches with the work of Paulo Freire, as I mentioned, the Colombian sociologist Orlando Falsborda. It started with a project, a pilot, as I mentioned, but now the project has grown, and we are now going to conduct this PAR, or participatory action research workshops, also in the global north, starting with a group of tech activists in Rio, favela tech activists, and we're going to conduct these workshops in May. So we all know how big tech profits and makes lots of money in extractive ways from the global south. Reading the work of Paola Ricaurte, I learned about the ideas of Yasnaya Aguilar, an indigenous thinker from Oaxaca, Mexico, who refers to tech as a kind of diverse digestive system that chews up marginalized people, communities, and natural resources, turning the planet into a kind of inhospitable place. It's a strong critique. It makes us think about how are marginalized communities benefiting from AI, the kind of asymmetries between these relationships. And arguably what we are experiencing is a new colonial order, as it is argued by many scholars, including Coudry and Mejias. So tech billionaires, Nazi salutes, it feels really overwhelming. Where do we even start? Let's start with 3 ways in which Latin American epistemological and methodological perspectives can help us think about critical data and AI. And the first one is this idea of researching and theorizing with, which is being raised by authors like Valente and Groman, really taking this idea seriously of the with. And Freire and Falsborda, the Latin American scholars, have been saying this since the 70s as well, this idea of working with. So perhaps if we think about AI as being the future, it would be good to also revisit some radical perspectives from the past. Latin America gives us some inspirations in this direction. So we started co-designing the sessions, the participatory action research workshops, with the activists from Instituto Papo Reto in Rio, which I'll tell you about. But it's really difficult to kind of start shaping the project, co-designing. We all apply for grants, we need funding. I don't think we can apply for a grant and say, we don't have a research question yet because we're going to develop together with the participants. It's quite tricky. But I've been in a fortunate position that I am working funded by the INCT DSI consortium in Brazil with a somewhat open agenda to actually reshape the project and develop from scratch, like just basically asking people what would be useful for us to research. But telling you a little bit about Instituto Papo Reto, this is started as a media activist collective in Rio in 2013. It's located in a really large network of favelas called Alemão in Rio. There were some really big floods in Rio in 2013. So they basically created WhatsApp groups, chats to sort of help people who lost their homes, their livelihoods. And they called themselves as a social technology tool because those WhatsApp chats, those networks were being used to kind of assist and support people. It's evolved now from a collective to an institute, Papo Reto, and it's led by many human rights activists, including people who can be considered digital influencers in Brazil, like Raul Santiago, who has more than 420,000 followers. So, a simple question like, what do you want from the project? What kind of knowledge can strengthen the work that you already do? What do you want to find out? We started sort of co-developing the project with them. One of the founders of Papo Reto, called Tainan Medeiros, said, we all know how AI uses the favela in the kind of extractive sense. We're all critical thinkers, but how does the favela use AI? So it's a very simple question, but a powerful one. The activists feel, and I feel this way too, that this could generate some important answers for the Institute. And the next step is that they're going to use their networks to sort of gather some initial inputs from favela residents. We are going to then shape the workshops. And for now, we're being quite vague and open about AI, what kind of AI, because we want to learn from the groups like how they understand, what are the issues that really matter. But it's likely that we will focus on generative AI. But please deal with a bit of participatory, purposeful vagueness here for a moment. The second point I want to raise has to do with empathy. And we can talk about AI and automated decision-making systems that select candidates, for example, for jobs, to predict fraud, to predict crime, make lots and lots of mistakes. I was hearing on the Uber this morning, like the whole idea about facial recognition in London being introduced in my neighborhood, actually. But the point is that these systems are trained in data sets that reduced tangled relationships, complex social situations to mere data points. So to do critical AI is to define AI perhaps as an uncaring structure, and a structure that evaluates in a quite dubious ways perhaps the behaviors of the people in the most vulnerable situations, the ones that are most likely to be affected by these very flawed decision-making systems. In Freire's words, the oppressed. So this uncaring structure stands in opposition to Freire's ideals of empathy as something that's more than just putting ourselves in other people's shoes. It's political, it's about taking sides and taking the side of the oppressed. If we think about Instituto Paparetto, the work they've been doing as a social technology tool, basically using things like WhatsApp chats to collect data and inform good, caring decisions that are built on solidarity. So here what we have is something rather than the kind of automated decision-making, the sense of autonomia in the Spanish and Portuguese sense of the word, as defined by the scholar Arturo Escobar, more or less as kind of individual issue of human control over machines, but more a kind of a collective autonomia, a collective form of liberation. And the third and final point connects to the good old question, what is intelligence? In Portuguese, they say one thing is one thing, another thing is another thing. Don't know if it makes sense in English. Uma coisa é uma coisa, outra coisa é outra coisa. But one thing is massive data sets. Another thing is human knowledge, cultural commitments, lived experiences or vivencias, as we learn with participatory action research. So our understanding of intelligence in relation to data and AI is reductive, simplistic, unhelpful, to say the least. So one of the founders of Paparetto, Raul Santiago, that I mentioned, he said this really interesting thing about how people are mesmerized by AI. We tend to think about AI in really celebratory terms, but if we think about it, he said, the favela, so the shanty towns, the slums themselves are a form of AI, he said, because thousands of people are applying creative thinking every day to every imaginable problem, take problem solving, multiply by the thousands against all odds. This is what I consider AI, said Raul. So that's where the idea of the term favela IA came, because IA in Portuguese is inteligência artificial, but it's also the sound that is very common in samba songs, ya, ya, la, ya, la, ya. And to be honest, it sounds better than an acronym, probably. Okay, I am concluding. So with acronyms, let's go back to CRAC, the Critical AI Center that we are setting up. Irish for a good time. What is critical AI? We'll have a workshop in the autumn to investigate this further. I'll keep you posted. But for now, the critical is what is about taking our time for developing relationships of trust, to co-develop projects in ways in which we, as researchers, can actually serve as tools for generating much needed knowledge for and with our participants. In critical times like now, we need to take our time, nurture our relationships, humanize these relationships, be open to what critical means from our own and multiple other places of speech, speaking with vulnerability, with uncertainty, with respect, with joy, with pride, with them and with our critical selves, without us and them. Thank you. I am done.
Hello. Thank you so much, Professor Andrea. So amazing presentation going from theoretical and methodological perspectives to a concrete case showing us how we can look at AI differently when we enrich our perspectives and know more about the majority world. And now we're going to hear Professor Schwarz Soriano. And Professor Sher, I'm going to inform you with 10 minutes and 5 minutes, okay? Thank you.
This one to move it. All right. Hi, good morning. Good day, everyone joining this session. And thanks very much to Jonas and Ellen for organizing this. When I attended another Global Southern Digitalities conference a few years ago, I always find these South-South conversations very much enriching. Gives us a vantage point to appreciate our realities in particular ways. So what I'll do is that to begin with identifying some of the works that have inspired and informed my work that highlight a majority world perspectives and understanding the digital realities. And then when I have time, I'll try to identify a case that kind of illustrates this. Okay. So I guess I'll begin with this key work that has inspired a provocation that has been very inspirational, that asks the question of how we can understand the majority world within our own lens and our own terms. So as De Sousa Santos has argued, rather than understanding the Global South on its own terms, scholarship has tended to frame it as a derivative of, a reaction to, or a site of intervention by the Global North, for example. The persistent dominance of particular epistemologies has underscored the need to cultivate ecologies of knowledge that center plural epistemologies of the South, or ways of knowing and being that shape how people across different regions navigate their lives. And I resonated very much with this as starting with platform labor research 10 years ago. And I was looking for examples and also having to teach it to my own students. There was a lack of real reference points that were highlighting the experiences of the Global South. And I was forced to borrow appropriate particular theories from elsewhere. And I was like, can there be something else? Could there be other theories that really would reflect what was happening on the ground? And so such an approach affirms the agency of the Global South in the production, consumption, and circulation of digital cultures, and recognizing it as a rich and dynamic sphere rather than one defined solely in opposition to or in relation to particular other realities. And so to advance this perspective, internet, AI, and data studies from the South need to be grounded in everyday experiences of ordinary people while remaining critically attuned to broader forces such as neoliberalism, platformization, or datafication. So I illustrate this in 2021. We called for papers that will attend to this, theorizing digital realities from the South beyond the tropicalization of concepts. And I highlight some of the works that came out here. There are a few more. One of such works, all the works that I highlight here use the local vernaculars from the global majority to be a lens as a reference point to understanding digital realities. For example, Sheng Zhou's analysis of Liang, a concept that offers a set of reinvigorating vocabulary for theorizing web traffic, which Sheng Zhou criticizes as very much attuned to the quantified aspects of it, but unable to capture the complexities of liquidity, manipulability, portability, socio-spatial differentiation, ideological valences, and mystified power, among others. This lens that engages Chinese vernacular vocabulary enriches global understanding of digital media and expands from the limited quantitative notion of web traffic. Moving from the next one, Betty Aka's work engages theorizing on Afrofemtrism, a gender justice theory which interrogates gender realities in the context of a society's peculiar interaction with technological advancements. Studying Ghana's blockchain community, this piece examines digital careers in the blockchain community as in-between conflicts and congruity between their digital careers and their deeply traditional but cosmopolitan global South settings. The third example that I highlight here, because there's a lot of scholarship on cyber troops and political buzzing. So this work by Pradeepa Rasidi, I thought I saw the name on the list. So I think, hello, Pradeepa. So Pradeepa highlights the shadow and underground nature of Southeast Asian computational propaganda industry. But what was not sufficiently problematized in this notion is the shadow economy as an emic concept that these workers in fact embrace. So filling this gap, this work by Rasidi drew upon the Indonesian notion of dalang, master puppeteers in Javanese shadow play, who pull the strings behind the scenes intentionally to examine the playful aspects of political buzzing operations, helping us better understand the growing shadow industry. And in engaging the law popular as a framework, Celeste and colleagues in this example, despite the growth of critical algorithm studies, identify the tendency to still look at the power of algorithms as from the global north as applying unproblematically elsewhere, right? And introduces a popular theory of algorithms that emerges from understandings in Latin America. I also draw on the work that highlight the historical situatedness of digital realities and also problems such as notions of precarity or informality. So to do this, I've drawn inspiration from the work of Latin American labor sociologist Ronaldo Monk, who has forcefully argued for the need in the context of platform work or digital labor to counterbalance the tendency of Western scholarship to confer an aura of newness to precarity and informality, which has been the always already condition of workers in the global majority. So in consonance with these works that question this assumption, the interpretation of conditions of marginality or straightforward sweatshops might not always or necessarily square with how digital workers in the global majority interpret their very own experiences. Crucial to making sense of this is to understand that precarity has always been the norm for these workers, with poverty and exclusion being inherent features of the systems in which they are embedded in. And the opportunities offered by digital labor and platform work especially can even sometimes feel like an upgrade in their lives. And so what I show here is kind of that trajectory of precarity and informality. And these examples come from the Philippines. So my students would tell me, why is the Philippines always mentioned, as with other nations in Southeast Asia, for example, when there are situations of labor in very precarious situations in the digital. And we always say that it's crucial to situate this in the context of construction work or overseas labor migration or the precarities in the call center work. So across these domains of labor in the digital, it's crucial to situate this within the always existing precarity and informality in the context of our labor landscape to really ask and be able to attend to the question, what exactly is new about the precarity that's experienced by platform workers? Or how do we see this as a continuity of these precarities? And then connected to historicization is the analysis of entwined dimensions of class and post-coloniality, which I think is difficult to not take into consideration in majority world contexts. Here I build on the growing scholarship that looked at and defined class as economic, but beyond the narrow concept of the economic as well, through the broader lens of the social. I also acknowledge its post-colonial consciousness that pertains to how subjects possess a history in a way of being that resists and subverts being entirely defined by coloniality and capital. So I highlight here a few works, but there certainly are many more. I could not fit in the time. So one work I really appreciated, Lin Zhang's book that examines entrepreneurship and its promise and disappointments in a digitalizing China, set against the historical analysis of socialist modernization and techno-nationalism in Beijing's Chongquanchun district, and illustrates how this development is embedded in very asymmetrical class relations. A nascent class of elite entrepreneurs with prestigious university educations and strong relations with the government steered corporate strategies for economic development, while in contrast, grassroots entrepreneurs who don't have political ties and education credentials struggle to secure investment funds or government clients in the competitive market. This is very much resonant with experiences of patron clientelism in the Philippines and the emergence of brokers, right, that get some kind of access to capital and power, and then in the end become the voices or the speakers for other workers. The Remained Life is an important work of Global South feminist scholarship that does not exactly focus on platform work, but very much inspirational in its analysis of both class and post-coloniality and feminist analysis. It provides an analytic of global capitalism that segregates disposable lives from lives worth living, which is very much a critical analogy in the context of your Grab drivers or Uber drivers servicing your customers. So Nefertiti Diar offers a theory of agency possibility in the remaindered. What is the leftover in excess of social reproductive work of living, not only on the part of disposable peoples, but also in the forms of social life making that persists beyond and despite capitalist assumption, not directly absorbable by neo-colonial systems and capitalist industries, yet warns against liberal tendencies of discourse from bondage and emancipation, exclusion and inclusion, human and inhuman, the work to depoliticize other practices of life-making. So what I draw from Nefertiti Diar's work is that in the context of this disposability of life, in the context of urbanization of our metropolis, it is possible to look for the remainder, to continually look for the remainder, but do not assume it to be a perfect human emancipation as opposed to exploitation. We need to look for grounded interpretations of the remainder within this very context of constant and always existing precarization. And then lastly, our book on brokerage dynamics on YouTube engages as well in this entwined dynamics of class and coloniality on the analysis of social media content creation and the ways aspiration is crafted through class and post-colonial imaginaries of mobility and success brokered by these new cultural intermediaries. I now move on to the works that highlight agential expressions, the multiple expressions of agency that look at workers beyond mere cogs in the wheel and examine a diverse set of articulations of agency amid platform capitalism and the possibilities of this surfaces. So beyond accounts that frame the majority world as a site for the extraction of data and cheap and skilled digital labor. Here I show alternative accounts of the ways in which individuals and organizations in the Global South are asserting their role. One example of this is this work by Horst, Sargent, and Gaspard that look at how the majority world assert their role as active mediators of data who carve out spaces for value creation that are meaningful in their local and national contexts beyond data extraction signals. So they highlight the concept lived data mediations from data collection and refining to the analysis of data for local needs and markets. Of course, this is not to eradicate or forget the oppressions and extraction of data, but it's also crucial to counterforce and highlight the new ways by which the global majority is appropriating data for their own purposes. And of course, the work of Anwar and Graham has highlighted the often unseen agency and infra-political forms of resistance among African gig workers. I also refer to this work by Nguyen, Thu, and Mon, which identify a distinct set of moves that workers perform to survive on a platform, a strategic cluster of practices they term taming the algorithm by workers. They highlight the bodily enactment of improvising, scrambling, and enduring that nevertheless is registered by the algorithm as routinized productivity. What I want to highlight in this piece is the materiality and the state of non-tech infrastructures, the physical and the social, that are crucial in majority world perspectives that need to both repair, the workers need to both repair and make the most of in order to survive and thrive. Where informality and precarity is the norm, this calls for a critical mode of practice where individuals must adapt and improvise in spontaneity to manage under such adverse conditions. And in these everyday actions, they bring about impulse, creativity, and sometimes even adaptability that may not necessarily always even seem rational. And then in the bottom, I highlight the work of Kumar Raju, Aurora, and Raman that note that digital labor platforms have become important sites of negotiation between expressions of micro-entrepreneurship, worker freedom, and dignity of work. But they also highlight that these negotiations are overlaid on an already fraught relationship mediated by the dynamics of class, caste, and culture, and the politics of difference that permeate a lot of the digital realities and interactions. Now I look at articulations of collective agency. And what I love about the scholarship that also interrogate what counts as collective action and organizing. So amid the precarity of digital labor, it could also enact simultaneously new forms of struggle and solidarity. But it's important, as Shun and Agarwala argue, that this must reach beyond the traditional models of the political party or trade union when this is not apparent or possible. So they call for an analysis of alternative cultures of organizing and to continually look at these alternative forms of organizing and cultures of organizing from the majority world perspectives that may deviate from and even extend traditional expressions of resistance or forms of organizing. There's, of course, Raphael Grauman's work that aims to unsettle assumptions of what cooperativism of worker-owned technologies might look like and distilling lessons from the experience of worker organizing in Brazil. Our work on entrepreneurial solidarities echoes this call for nuancing the ways solidarities and platform work emerge and what this means for remote workers lodged within the enterprise culture and the spirit of entrepreneurialism they see themselves, and where they distinguish themselves from laborers, how the solidarity look in that context. And the two other works that I highlight here by Julian Posada and Rajorshi Ray and Gillette Sarasam pertain to thinking about collectives in the global majority as something inseparable from nuclear families, kinship ties, and local community networks that both support the reproductive and productive aspects of digital labor, but nonetheless very critical in suturing and repairing infrastructural and material gaps that workers find themselves placed in. So I think these thinking about what counts as agency and collective agency is critical and embedded within the realities of the South that pertain to highly organized, but also very much informal social networks that continually sustain labor. All right, so I think I'll close there.
But you still have 3 minutes.
I think I'm good. No, I have a case, but I think I'll reserve it for questions.
Hello, again, a brilliant talk, bringing so many good references, including people that are here. So I'm sure that we'll have an amazing discussion now. We will start with the questions here, and then we'll move to the questions that we'll receive from our online attendees. So please feel free to raise your hands and Alan will help us with the microphone. So who would like to start? And feel free to target your questions to both of our speakers. So I will start while people, I don't know if the coffee is already working, but I would ask to the two of you a very simple question. How do you see this south-south flow of those discussions? Because we saw many examples of how the critiques of data universalism and all the decolonial and post-colonial critiques of how the global north approaches data studies and AI, but how do you see that different parts of the global south, because we need to understand the global south and its very incredible diversity, how are those scholars cooperating and building new views that take advantage of different types of perspectives from Latin American or African or Asian thinking to try to explain data, internet, and AI? So it's a question for the both of you. And then I will try to check if someone else will raise the hand.
Thank you so much, Jonas. I think that Cheryl summed it up really nicely in the end. I made this note, so I'm glad I did, because I think this focus on what counts as agency, this concern with agency in relation to South embedded, and of course, these structures, platform labor, data and AI, critical data, which are very unequal, very asymmetrical. Sometimes you might think that it's all overpowering. But I think that South gives us this lens of looking at agency in a really unique and interesting way. I think, yes, like the work that we saw here in relation to platform labor is I think an example of this South dialogue taking place. But of course, it's very challenging in practical terms. It's quite challenging sometimes to put that in practice, work that actually engage so-called Southern contexts in dialogue to collaborate with each other. There are lots of sort of institutional structural barriers for these dialogues to take place more fully. But I think it's a good start with things like what we're doing here today, these exchanges between, for example, Southeastern Asian, Latin American scholarship, African, and I see that this is growing in relation to data and AI studies, platform labor. So yeah, I think we have some hopeful possibilities. Thank you.
Right, so I think I'll divide my intervention into two things. One is the analytical, the scholarship aspect of it, and the other one is the political intervention. They're not of course binary, because they flow into each other. But I can see a lot of this South-South exchange in scholarly conversations like this. And there were several more that were organized years ago, a year ago, a couple of months ago, and online especially. There's this rich conversation in the field of platform work and digital labor. The scene now, in comparison to 10 years ago when we started our research, was very different scholarly wise. There's a lot of reference from Latin American, African, and even Middle Eastern examples and experiences that we draw on that we can even resonate with, right, from the Southeast Asian experience. But the other side is the political intervention side of it. And of course, there are efforts, like fair work, I have to mention, that works across multiple countries. And there's always an opportunity for exchange in terms of action. And then there's also in Asia, there's something called Asia Labor Forum, where labor activists have an opportunity to exchange actual strategies that draw on evidence-based findings on how they can act. And there are several more. What I'm curious about are these political interventions that happen across kind of a much broader exchange of political action, how the way unions or these associations emerging from the ground could actually collaborate together and find ways of really conversing with platforms and the sites of digital capitalism and calling for louder reforms as a collective.
Thank you. So we have, okay, so now, thank you. Now I think the coffee is making an effect. So we'll start with the in-person one, and then we have one from Maria, the online. So we'll have 2 questions and then back to the speakers, and then we can go back to the others.
Hi, I'm Nandana. I'm coming from India. While there's a question of South to South conversation, one of the things that I find really interesting is I wonder if there's not enough dialogue across disciplines. So I think what my experience in India has been, because I'm an economist situated in a technology school, when there's AI policy work that the government is seeking inputs from, they go to the computer scientists. I think I'm not an anthropologist or a sociologist. I'm an economist with a computer science background. I'm trying to make computer scientists and economists talk. But I feel like some of the sociology, anthropology, media cultures work doesn't get through. I mean, I find it hard, even being a quantitative researcher, to communicate with the computer scientists. And the government tends to go to the computer scientists. What is the experience in other global South nations where you're actually directly able to communicate with the government, the kind of findings that are coming from more qualitative research? I think I'd be really interested in knowing that. Thanks.
Thanks. So our second question, please.
Sure. Hi, I'm Vedika. I'm from India as well. My question to you is, so there was also a slide that spoke about the empathy factor and how problematizing AI as an uncaring structure makes sense. So I would like to ask you, like, why would you think that there needs to be a question mark there after AI, if AI is a social good at all, is used for social good at all? Because the way I look at it is that in especially the digital economy, there are a lot of mundane processes that you can delegate to AI, while the labor force, like the workers in the gig economy, can concentrate on their core jobs. So at the end of the day, it is still solving for the social good. And I would like to substantiate this with an answer. Like, let's take an example of a food delivery app maybe. So while the rider is doing the job of delivering the food, the AI bot can maybe notify the end customer about the ETA and things like that. So the rider does not have to worry about it. So at the end of the day, the AI is also solving for social good by making the possibility of maybe the rider meeting with an accident very less in this case. So AI is at the end of the day used for social good. I mean, why was there? In fact, I look at it as it being more beneficial to the global south than anywhere else.
Thank you. So back to our speakers.
Okay. Yeah, thank you so much for your questions. Yes. So starting with the south to south dialogue, but also the interdisciplinary dialogues. Yes, I completely agree with you that the interdisciplinary dialogues are extremely challenging, just as challenging or maybe even more than the south-south dialogues. The experience that I'm going to share is more from a perspective of someone from the global south, but based in the global north. But I think what I'm going to say also relates and applies to researchers in the global south, in Brazil, specifically in Latin America, that I have had a very similar experience to yours, in which I've been trying to engage with computer science, specifically in my work, the idea that participation can be embedded, for example, in computational methods or inform AI governance, and and speak and connect with computer science. And it's absolutely not, yes, it's not easy. It's very challenging. We see, for example, in the funding landscape, the funders that kind of fund the kind of hard sciences disciplines, first of all, have much more money. Second, I think it's very difficult for someone who comes from a kind of social science background to assess these resources. So whenever you do have these collaborations, you have, at least I feel that in the UK context, very much a hierarchy between, the so-called hard sciences or the computer science being kind of up in the hierarchy, and the social sciences serving them. And that's the only way in which these collaborations can take place, which of course is very unequal, is very colonial, is very unbalanced. So yeah, I think I share with you all this perception about the challenges. I'm working on a project that's kind of doing that. Like, we are drawing from the social and anthropology and ethnography to sort of inform notions of security. And so I'll be able to talk about this more, about this collaboration, a few years' time. But yes, it's very challenging to speak each other's vocabulary, and there's definitely like a hierarchy in terms of like the social has to serve or apply for the computer science, so to speak. And yeah, and it's quite challenging. And the issue about the social good, yes, I mean, I think when we put a question mark, it doesn't mean that we are excluding all possibilities that AI could be used for the social good. Absolutely. Yeah, we've seen good applications, social good applications for AI. I agree with you. But I think what we were trying to challenge is more because, of course, there's a lot of hype, a lot of techno-solutionism now with AI. And at the same time that, yes, AI can solve some social goods, it's also creating some social ills as well. I mean, in the specific case of the favela groups that I'm working with, the issue of surveillance, policing, punishment, I mean, who are the faces that are recognized by AI, facial recognition as criminals? It's usually black faces, brown faces, which has really tragic consequences in the in the context of favela residents, for example. So it's, we are asking the question. That's not to say that there is no such thing as AI for the social good, but at the same time to say that there's a lot of hype and that sometimes, AI is not used for the social good as well. I don't know if I answered the question. Thank you.
Yeah, so on the question on the need for more interdisciplinary conversations, I could not agree more. I was in a meeting organized by the Digital Asia Hub just last month that brought together scientists of the different kinds, social scientists, but there were also data, energy scientists, health scientists, and one example is an energy scientist illustrating how much energy is needed to run a data center, for example, that very much illuminate conversations about the continuing AI development that is seen by governments as very aspirational in the global south, in the Philippines. And come here, we are building data centers, or something like that. And then also the health scientists asking the question, what health problem is this AI solution really answering, right? That kind of connects, I guess, to your question of AI for social good. Okay, it's nice, it's fancy, but how is it addressing health inequalities that are so much entrenched, and that health people have been trying to answer for a long period of time. And then I guess this connects to very long and entrenched disciplinary silos, even in schools, in academia. We're trying to build an AI program that will be a conversation of multiple disciplines, and it's very hard to take off. We're getting some ground, but it's very hard to take off. And I guess I just wanted to draw the work by on these interdisciplinary conversations. In my field in platform studies and platform labor, it's great because there's a lot of works from multiple disciplines already out there. But the Vikanarayan is a very good piece promoting in platforms and society, the commentary that came out of that platform society, but also highlighting how these conversations are not necessarily as active as they could be. What I'm saying is that we need more work that will suture or tie these very nice insights together from engineers, from scientists, from housing sector, from health, etc., that will really get us to make sense of how these operate together. There are those works, but how to bring them together is another challenge.
Thank you. So we're going to take two from the internet, and then we have two last ones. So I will actually, I will actually then ask Kat and Andressa to be very brief with your questions. Then we're going to add these two questions, and then we're going to wrap up with the speakers. All right. So the microphone, Alan, we have two here.
Thank you both for your presentations. And this is a question for both of you. And Cheryl, in your presentation, you brought up the kind of dialectic complexities that arise when power is amassed by certain segments, perhaps in equal votes out, that ultimately results in further, perpetuation of exploitation. And the example you mentioned was the labor brokers, that system that's come up. And invoking Audre Lorde's words about, the master's tool will not dismantle the master's house, and seeing that amassing power within the system is not necessarily the answer. Can you both elaborate more on how, as we underscore participation and agency for the oppressed, how can we carefully tread so that we don't veer into further fragmentation of peoples, which leads to more exploitation?
Hello. My name is Andressa. I'm from Brazil. So thank you so much, Andrea and Cheryl. My question is kind of brief. I research platform, power, and governance in the context of Brazil. So, and I'm constantly reflecting with my work is like, if and when the power is in the hands of global North corporations, and then in this context, we touch upon issues like business, political, and geopolitical interests. How can we influence change as a collective group, right? Or how can we transcend this theories into practice?
So we had two more questions here. Sorry for at once. So the first from Maria, she's asking Andrea, but that applies. Cheryl, feel free to jump in into this one as well. It's how to engage in research with fellow Global South citizens to obtain authentic vivences, knowing that there is an asymmetry in researched dynamic. And the second one is from Francisco. again for Andrea. Could you please talk a little more about the idea that empathy is political? How can we develop this empathy in political polarized contexts fostered by platforms empowered by AI? So I know that we had 4 complex questions, but if you can use like 3 minutes or something. Sorry about that.
Thank you. It gives me the opportunity to address the bits that I didn't present. So when I mentioned brokerage, I pertain here to the reconfiguration of platform work. That's what we often think about as happening platform, client platform worker, cloud worker, for example. The brokerage dynamics, which may be akin to the terms like re-outsourcing, right, is very much present. And what I wanted to show initially was that when initially in 2015, when we were studying this research, this was being done very informally by workers. Say, I will re-outsource it to my brother, to my sister, to my husband, to my child, even to my neighborhood, right? Very informally. Now, when I went back to the online freelancing communities and fairs, it was laced with so many different agencies re-outsourcing work. So workers no longer have to go via a platform. They go via these agencies, and they are brokering this work. There are many different layers. There are many different diverse forms of it that we could theorize on. But what I'm saying here is that on the one hand, they suture, they address critical gaps that platforms do not provide workers. Many workers try to get into the platforms, they cannot get employed there. And so these intermediaries do the work for them, researching platforms, researching clients, negotiating or bargaining amounts of projects for the clients. But then they have the power now to identify the labor arrangements with these workers under their realm. And this is also very much unregulated, very much unchecked, very much has a good room for community building, but also has potential rooms for exploitation. And then I'll stop there for a bit. I'll think about the other questions, but Andrea.
Okay, great, thank you. Yeah, the further fragmentation of people, I think, is a really, really good question. Something that we've been thinking a lot, for example, with this idea of the lugar de fala or the place, does that create them further fragmentation away? Because if we really micro-locate ourselves, maybe, this creates some hierarchy that kind of paralyzes us and we cannot create a collective anymore because we are too fragmented. But another way to look at it would be that this situation kind of allows us to then imagine the other from a located point and then, still connect even though we are located. I don't know, I answered in a kind of very philosophical way. But the idea of the power, yes, I mean, absolutely. How can you counter this overwhelming power of corporations, with these grassroots, not small, but like, honestly, I think if we even expect that, it again could paralyze us, because I think it's very easy to feel very overwhelmed. You have this very powerful corporation, this huge asymmetry of power. But I think the work that focuses again on agency, it sort of helps you think of this community, this grassroots mobilizations as avenues, as ideas. Of course, we can't really expect that these grassroots collectives will really counter this really big tech, this corporate asymmetry. But they give us ideas, they give us inspiration, they give us examples, and they give us maybe hope. How to engage? Oh yeah, maybe I should pause as well to go back to Cheryl, or should I go ahead and finish my?
Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. All right. How to engage with communities, again, going back, I think there are quite a few common threads here in relation to this idea of asymmetry and power. It's again very difficult, of course, no matter what you do. When you're doing research, there is an asymmetry of the researcher being in a more powerful position than the researched. I think one way to counter this is to keep situating yourself, keep critically thinking about this, and time and trust and developing these relationships over time, thinking about reciprocity, thinking about what the communities get from the research, not just what you get from the research, which again in practice is very hard. So that's why we keep, checking, critically thinking, critically reflecting about this asymmetry. And the question about the political, I think, is a really, really good question as well, because yes, like the very idea of, take sides, take the side of the oppressed at the same time, when we have, further polarization with sides very clear, not talking to each other, then perhaps that doesn't lead to empathy at all. So I guess the challenge for this political empathy that takes the side of the oppressed is also to allow for listening across, the multiple polarized sides, while it's still kind of making its side clear. But yes, it's very difficult and very challenging. So it's a really good question.
I guess the last thing that I want to point on the conversation between theory and practice, which I very much resonate with. So I guess I'll draw on our experience in fair work. So I can see that there's a lot surfacing in empirically engaged and theoretically informed work that kind of blend together, that try to get to inform policy. But I think what might be lacking, at least in the Philippine experience, is the translation of that to the public consciousness, which is difficult work. And sometimes academics ourselves, we try our best, but we could only achieve so much, especially in the face of, as you mentioned, large big data, big tech companies that will match a research release with our research release with public relations releases that will connect with a lot of media organizations. So whenever we release something, we will be matched with these people. So how do you work in this context? So I think there's a lot of good engaged work, but involving artists, activists, the media, that will bring that up to the public consciousness will require much more collective force.
Okay. So thank you so much, Andrea and Cheryl, for this amazing first roundtable.
This entire phenomenon, while being reflexive and location aware, history aware, politics aware, right? That is really the question that we need to get at. And a related point then is also about the other extreme is also not very useful, to say that we are not going to talk about differences in the world at all, right? And this was something that I think right here at Oxford, Nikita Sood and Diego Sanchez spoke about recently. So I think the important thing here is to stay with the discomfort, right? It's not going to be a comfortable conversation or a category to work with, but how do we then constantly question it, but still see if there are ways in which we can leverage it to talk about power relations in the world and how different regions of the world make each other, right? And then the second question, of course, is who or what is a Global South scholar anyway? Are we really talking about the regions that are being discussed in a piece of research? Is a Global South scholar someone who's located in the Global South? Is it someone who grew up there? Is it someone who could have been educated elsewhere? I think all of us are a complicated mix of identities. So how exactly do you talk about something as a global, talk of someone as a Global South scholar is, of course, the other point for us to think about. And I think here again, what is crucial is staying uncomfortable, right? And constantly thinking about these questions rather than looking for sort of categorical answers to these. So with that, I want to get into some of the work that I found really interesting and very influential in how I think about the use of digital technologies. It's been pointed out to me that when I talk about digital technologies, very often it ends up being about the absence of digital technologies or who doesn't use it and questions of exclusion. So you'll see that in the scholars that I draw on, the primary focus, I think for some of them is digital technologies, but for a lot of them, that is, they explore a much broader context within which digital technologies are then introduced. And I think that is actually key to doing a deep study of any region of the world, whether or not that's India or the Global South. And I think there was also a very interesting question in the previous session about going beyond disciplinary boundaries, right? So you'll see that in the scholars that I've picked, these are all people with very different disciplinary training. So I'll talk about Tarangini Sriraman's work, who's spoken about situating technology historically. She's a historian and a political scientist. I'll talk about the work of Solly Benjamin, who situates technology within a broader political economy, and he is an urban planner by training. I'll talk about the, I think economic sociologist is how he would identify himself, Anand Kamath, who talks about situating technology within broader social relations and specifically caste. Then I'll say a little bit about a lawyer, Vidushi Marda, who situates data within broader institutional relations. And finally, I want to also talk about looking beyond academic communities, going back again to who's a global South scholar in a country like India with all its languages. I am, after all, speaking only or largely of the English-speaking writing that's coming out of India. So what about practitioners, non-academics, or academics in other languages, etc.? So I want to get a little bit at that as well. I forget who asked the question. So till I joined Oxford about 5 months back. And before that, for about a decade, I taught in Bangalore as a social scientist in a technology institute. And I think it's so crucial to have technologists be a part of these conversations, right? Much like we spoke about how technologists take over many conversations, I think unfortunately the opposite is also true. There are many social science conversations that technologists are not a part of. So of course, it's perhaps not surprising that we don't really understand each other's languages. So especially in the bit on practitioner communities, I also wanted to look at practicing technologists and how they are contributing conversations that we really need to pay heed to. All right. So I'll gauge a little bit how detailed we want to get into this. These are all things that I teach in a class that I offer here. So many of these slides are actually pulled directly from there. So depending on your levels of interest, I will cut this short. So Tarangini's work, and in each of these cases, I've named a couple of works by the author in case you want to sort of go in further into it. So Tarangini's book, which was from 2018, I think, is a historical analysis of various kinds of identification documents. And it's in tracing this evolution that she gets to the digital ID Aadhaar, which India has now exported to much of the world. And I think the fact that she traces it historically actually tells us a lot more about Aadhaar than if we were to look at just that single ID. And that's one of the reasons that I find this work really, really interesting. So she looks at multiple periods, both colonial and after, where states have required IDs of their citizens. And what has been the nature of the ID itself? What have been the sites at which it's been created? What has been the role of the ID holder in the creation of that ID? What have been the various material forms that have been taken into account in its creation? And I find this brilliant work because I think it ends up telling us a lot more about IDs and a more complex understanding of what an identification document even is, right? So rather than seeing it as something static, which is what I think we're all sort of getting used to thinking of it as, she shows how they morphed over this time period, right? States had to keep count of their citizens or make them legible for various reasons at different points in time, and different kinds of IDs served them in those periods. She talks about how any imagination of a new ID is shaped by past histories of document fraud. She also talks about IDs as witness to many bureaucratic truths, rather than thinking of them as weapons of the weak or as something that the state very effectively uses to make populations legible, right? It's somewhere between the two. She also talks about how these IDs were fashioned in each of these moments. So for instance, one of the most powerful examples she talks about is after the partition of India into India and Pakistan, people who moved across the border had to prove that they had a certain amount of assets that they left behind. How would you actually prove that? You ran in the middle of a huge administrative and other kind of disturbance in your life. So you're not going to be thinking about collecting your IDs or proving what you left behind. So people were actually involved in thinking through collectively about how they could do this, and they ended up negotiating with the administrative force that was actually looking at their identification. And Tarangini's point, I think, through the course of this book is to talk about how the space for negotiating and fashioning your own ID is actually shrinking, right? And for that reason, I think it makes a very powerful point about the current and Aadhaar in particular. And she talks about lots of other questions around how the same identification document is experienced very differently by varied marginal groups, especially what bodies are marked and which ones are unmarked, and at which stage of the entire ID making versus use process are they marked or unmarked in. And of course, I already spoke about many material forms that identification documents take. And I think one of the moments that she looks at is really interesting because she's basically looking at slum demolitions in Delhi. And basically, someone who's been informally staying in a particular region has to prove to the state in order to get housing once the slum is demolished that they lived there, right? How do you actually do that? Because you're not officially recognized as having that residence. And there are certain rules around what kind of a house you'll get depending on how big a plot you had and so on and so forth. And very often people would sometimes bifurcate the same living space and say that there were actually two residences here. So the bureaucrats who were supposed to do this gauging, who are a very important part of this entire process, would basically go and check if a kitchen in a house is for real. Is it really being used for cooking? And how would they do that? By seeing if there's soot on the walls, right? So the material forms that make their way into identification documents and evaluations of this kind, I think, are very, very interesting. So I'll move on to the second scholar that I wanted to talk about. And this is actually the study, if you see, is somewhat dated. It's 2007. And I think the date matters because I think we are all much more, and I realized this from the first session as well, we are all much more acutely aware of how political ideas of information and data and digital technologies are today than we were at that time, right? And the Bhumi land records digitization process in Karnataka was essentially seen as a huge success, and it was a poster child for the World Bank and so on and so forth. And the whole sort of premise of it was technology can't discriminate. It's going to be the same for everyone, which maybe seems a little naive today, but at that time that was, and actually I don't know why I'm saying that. The Indian government continues to see it as fairly neutral, right? It affects everyone in exactly the same way. So that was the way in which Bhumi was often treated. And I think what Soli's work really shows is how it doesn't quite work that way, right? So Bhumi very, very quickly is a digitization of land records. It was supposed to be on a first in, first out kind of a basis. So you applied for one of these certificates. First, you got your response the earliest, right? So the whole idea was that it would make it more efficient, also less corrupt, right? All of which at a conceptual level maybe makes sense. But then what are the kind of assumptions that it's making? It essentially looks at traditional land management or earlier records as as vestiges of underdevelopment because they're all handwritten, they might be cut through, etc., which are all things that you want to clean up and make efficient through digital records. And there's also an assumption that senior bureaucrats dominated local officials, and this that you need for senior bureaucrats to dominate local officials and streamline processes, right? But what Solly finds through his anthropological ethnographic work is that there's actually increased time and bribes. And here I wanted to get to the granular understanding of politics that he brings to the entire scene, which is his point is that when you digitize and move things up, centralize them, what happens is that the person who needs the records changed is still going to have to pay a bribe, but now instead has to pay it to a stranger who doesn't really know the circumstances of their life, right? So given that, instead of taking a corruption bad kind of a framing of this, how do we understand how bribes are negotiated? And what does it mean when you move that away from where a person lives? So that's what he finds on the ground. He also finds that there is demand for this data given the land markets that you're talking about. And this is the point about the larger political economy that I wanted to bring in. I think everyone accepts that technology is contextually shaped, but what aspect of that context are you really looking at? How are you bringing in politics? And what he looks at is, given that Bangalore is, had then continues to have a booming land market, land mafia is really interested in what are disputed pieces of land. And what Bhumi really allowed them to do is to get a synoptic view of that, which they could then leverage. And the point I think he really makes that is interesting is that when information is made available centrally, is it also being lost locally, right? So it's all very well to talk about making something transparent, but who is it really being transparent to? And he draws on James Ferguson's famed idea of the anti-politics machine and talks about how that works in the case of Bhumi and asks if Bhumi is its own kind of anti-politics machine. Yeah. I'll quickly go on to Kamat's work. And here I think the thing to talk about is caste is, of course, very difficult to investigate, especially through digital technologies. But what I find is your default position on this is very, very important, right? If you go in saying, of course, caste relations are going to shape things, and then try and investigate and do your research, what you find is very different than if you go in expecting, not expecting that to happen. I think that the way you frame your study is very important. And what is great about Anand Kamat's work is that he talks about the durability of caste by looking at different Dalit or formerly untouchable groups in India and tries to understand how does it work within that group very close to Bangalore, a place that is supposedly cell phones reach everyone in that region. But instead what he finds is that different cohorts of Dalit castes have actually been able to leverage it to lesser or more extents. And I think his foregrounding of caste is very important in being able to reach this finding. And finally, Vidushi Mada's work, where Vidushi Mada and Shivangi Narayan interestingly go to investigate a predictive policing system that's being built, go to the Delhi police headquarters, find out that that system doesn't yet exist. So start looking into how is data currently being collected, which then the system will build on. And the ethnography that they do tells us very clearly how different kinds of data and crime gets categorized and how that's driven by questions of class, religion, caste, etc. Right? So the stage before the creation of the system is something that is very, very important to study. And finally, on the point of looking at practitioners, so there's a very interesting group in India called Tattle that some of you might be aware of, which has been looking at questions around misinformation. And one of the tools that they've built is a tool called Uli, which automatically blurs slurs in different languages. And they do this by crowdsourcing a list of slurs in these different languages. So this is a very active technologist, researcher, feminist activist collective that does this work that I wanted to point everyone to. This is Tattle. And of course, there are many other groups as well. And I think the reason it is important to keep this at the center of our imagination is because these are groups that are working across disciplines. They're working across the academia practitioner divide, and they're coming up with different kinds of practices and tools that I think are helpful both in thinking about the universe of digital culture, but also as not just as a site of study, but a way to reconceptualize how we think about some of this. And of course, the other group in this is also people, lawyers who have been building things like the shutdown tracker. So how do you think about regulation around digital technology? So this is India does very well on the shutdown ranking. We are right at the top. We've been internet shutdowns. We've been there for quite a while. So the tracker is actually an extremely useful tool, both to use as evidence in your own research, but also to think about what are the kinds of things we are measuring and counting and so on and so forth. And finally, the Internet Freedom Foundation, which has been petitioning a variety of different aspects of the digital world. So just looking at their documents alone gives you a sense of the regulatory landscape in India, but also ways in which it's being constitutionally challenged. So I think these are all things we need to keep an eye on, both in terms of thinking about what is it that deserves research, but also who are the kind of people who are thinking about these things in today's terms and in today's India. I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, hi everyone, and it's really nice to be here, and also thank you, Jonas, for inviting me to present. And I'm Jian Xiao from Zhejiang University, and actually, if you don't know Zhejiang University, you probably know DeepSeek, and that is where Hangzhou. It is basically based on Hangzhou. And the launch of DeepSeek is in January 2025, was called Sputnik moment for the US in AI in development, suggesting that China caught up with Western generative AI applications. It also invites investigations and reflections on how the AI industry and policymakers deal with the new wave of innovation. Actually, before that, my research team have already started to work on the project about AI. Generative AI, especially from the global southern perspective and also from a comparative perspective. So today I am going to share with you my work in progress, how is generative AI impacting China, and how can we imagine beyond generative AI. Oh. And it will be it will have three different aspects. First is approach from the global south. Actually, it is a response to the journalists ask us. Basically, we need to think what kind of approaches that inspire us. I have a same kind of question. Basically, what is the approach from the global south, and what can be defined as global southern scholar? So my approach is actually finding all different scholars from China, and also they write in the Chinese language. But before that, before I'm going to introduce the different literature from the Chinese literature review, I want to share with you my research in 2021, because I think it is quite relevant to how it is developed now. My research is about de-Westernizing platform studies, history and logics of Chinese-US platforms. Back then, I have divided into 4 different frameworks. For instance, the role of different media histories, or the different hegemonic projects underpin, and also the cultural differences in the operations of platforms. And I think the platform at that time, it is a form of innovation, but nowadays AI has become the new kind of wave of innovation. But I think the logic behind it is quite similar. For instance, if you see that I cited here my colleague Hong Yu, she said that whereas US-based digital media become platforms, and to deflect public responsibilities, Chinese digital media become 平台 in the late 2010s to shoulder public missions. And I think here it also points out that China's framework of platform regulations is one that seeks to regulate societies through a private digital services governance project being strengthened and not undermined by the expansion of techno companies' infrastructure power. I think actually, if you think about it, a lot of things are continuous development. For instance, if you look at the role of different media histories, same thing that we can think of the generative AI development nowadays. And also, if you look at the different hegemonic projects that underpin the development of platforms, we can also use that framework to reflect on the development of AI at the moment. And as I said just now, we are trying to find what kind of literature that written by Chinese scholars and also in Chinese that has inspired us. So we have you can see that we have a map. So first is the technology imagination, the co-production of technology and society. But what is most interesting is the latter 3. So first is the macro governance models, and there is a model called New Developmentalism, which is developed specifically by a Chinese scholar to talk about the difference that the difference of Chinese model compared to other models. And also we have the medium term development strategy, policy catering, market adaptation. That is actually the case studies that we have. We have the AIGC or Broadcasting Department and commercializing at the ByteDance and also the Baidu AI Cloud. And another one is the micro public imagination unfolding thoughts of the AI imaginary. So I'm going to talk about specifically about some interesting points that inspired us when we try to think of our framework to continue our research. So here is the new developmentalism in China. Actually, it is something about the AI governance in China, and also it is quite related to law discipline, because we all know that AI studies actually is quite cross-disciplinary. So I want to introduce this one more in detail. So the governance of the generative AI needs to address the security dilemma, the development dilemma, and the governance dilemma. So in response, China has the proposed a third legislative regulation model, and basically it's called a new developmentalism, and which combines elements of the EU's comprehensive regulatory model and the US innovation incentive model. So this is the kind of conceptualization by the scholars called Sun Na and Bao Yiming. So while emphasizing its own unique focus, the term new distinguishes this approach from the outdated disruptive technological development path, ensuring that it does not come at the expense of developing countries' interests or revert to the old path of the technological capitalism. So actually, when we look at this concept, we find out that because China is when it develops its own generative AI applications and regulations, it kind of fall behind the developed countries. But at the same time, it has the kind of momentum to develop itself. That's why the Chinese model wants to fit in the between. So US, in contrast with the EU's comprehensive and US innovative incentive model. So by using the new grounded in the stability of the international order and also the integrity of national digital countries, this framework aims to collaboratively and orderly address issues such as the shared destiny of humanity, promoting international cooperations, especially the South cooperation in generative AI governance tailored to the national conditions. So we can see that this kind of concept called new developmentalism in China also have a very strong indication of the southern global south. The new is also in contrast to the concept called the global north. And then another two literatures that we found are quite interesting from the Hu Zhengrong, and also one is two I think foreign scholars, but actually talking about China. So we use the value with Chinese characteristics to describe this. So the second paper from the Open Forum actually indicates that the Confucian good AI society involves the government laying out a vision of harmony and stability, which others work to flow as a father would traditionally govern a family. I think this is quite interesting because I think from a Chinese perspective or from the global southern perspective, every time that we are talking about the cultural values, something that we can't get rid of is for instance, the Confucian society, because it is quite embedded. The value is quite embedded with all the social regulations or forms, and and also from the paper in the right from the Hu Zhengrong, we can see that they actually put a lot of effort in describing the socialist values. Basically, they believe that it is the deepest and most fundamental and most enduring value. And also, it is quite related to patriotism. Actually, China's large models in this paper is argued that explicitly incorporate the patriotism value into the training process of these models, aligning them to a significant extent with the mainstream ideology. And another paper that we find interesting is about the AI imagination. So this is very different to the previous two literature that we propose. Basically, this is something talking about ordinary people's AI imagination, and especially it has an argument about the incapable subjectivity. So I think this is also something that really inspiring us to lead us to think of our combinative approaches I'm going to talk about in the next part. So the approach that we want to highlight is bridging our political economy and cultural studies. So just now I have highlighted the different literature that from the Chinese scholars in written in Chinese. But now I'm going to talk about something that we want to build our work on. So basically, it is a bridging approach. So the kind of work that we want to really expand is building on the work of Moscow, a political economist. And we argue that combining the two perspectives, basically the political economy and cultural studies, are necessary to understand the discourses, myths, and visions surrounding generative AI, as well as how industrial development in the AI industry leads to concentration of power. So as previously that I have shown you that, for instance, we talk about the AI governance, but we also talk about the ordinary people's imagination. So we can see here if we think of generative AI from a political economy perspective, then there is already a lot of literature on it. I think in the first session, Andrea talked about Peter Wadham, and here I also cited quite a lot from his work. For instance, he talks about AI for everyone and dismantling AI capitalism commons as alternative to the power concentration of big tech. So this kind of approach is really talking about the concentration of power from the company, the AI talent, or this kind of organizational power. But another approach that is related to cultural studies. So cultural studies is more involved with how ordinary people imagine generative AI, and also it is related to gender, fandom, or minorities, and how they imagine AI, generative AI, and also a kind of engagement with the generative AI. And another approach that we say that from the cultural studies to generative AI also include that creativity and everyday life. So here I want to show you another case that we try to look deeply about the how we understand the cultural studies. It is something about agency, and also I think it is quite relevant to how Peter Wadham talked about the commons. When he say about that word, he's really meaning about the alternative that we can get from the generative AI. So here, when we approach the cultural studies perspective to the generative AI, I'm also looking at the kind of alternatives. So here I have several examples. First is the Minotech. It is from the Christian Andersen. in contrast with the big tech, as we all know that the different companies, he actually proposed a term called minor tech, and it is a resistance to the big tech. And another one is the data active is also to do with the, okay, 5 minutes. It's also to do with the alternative. But what I want to introduce is a Chinese case. This is the a Chinese case is about the called farming instead of mining strategy. So the farming instead of mining card game, it is actually card game that transforms the project space, exhibition project space to a collective intelligence. So players will take on different roles and then drawing cards from the 2 decades. And they will play this game and tackling questions about basically to a series of natural, economic, and social crises emerging from the AI development. And after that, they will have a process called the player strategy in AI feedback. And through this kind of farming instead of mining strategy, it weaves the power and fiction with the reality embedded in the computation. And so, and last concluding point that I want to talk about is basically I want to have the double bridging. The first is areas. For instance, just now I have said that I think the global south and global north, we can have a comparative perspective and look at the historical development and also the ethics and value alignment and governance and regulation. And another double bridging is the disciplines. So for instance, the political economy and cultural studies, we can bridge them. And we can not only look at the concentration of power from the big tech companies, but we can also look at how the normal people or ordinary people, how they imagine the AI, and probably the agency and resistance and alternatives can be the words or keywords to let us think of this question. Okay, thank you everyone, and this is the ending of my talk.
Thank you so much, Janaki, Jian, and Fadi. Sorry to cut you off, Fadi. Do we have time for Q&A for about 5 to 10 minutes? I know we have lunch from. Oh wow, okay. We have 10 minutes of Q&A. And I can see lots of hands up already. So obviously, let's sort of just jump in. Would you like to go first?
So thank you very much for these enlightening sessions, and we have covered many aspects of it. But what where my mind is stick always when we talk about the AI and the technology and everything, although it has a number of benefits and all, and many of them have touched, is the AI taking over the human beings. So and we are in a time when we do not have a clear-cut definition of AI even. So I would like to get your views of the experts, like on the regulatory side, that on a global platform, what ways we are trying to control that, at least where we are not taken over by AI, because that will be a very dangerous situation, I suppose.
Yeah, great. Should we take a few questions and then is that okay? So should I ask the mark along? Like this to you, and then we can just sorry, we can come back. We think about
Thank you very much. Professor Yanis, I really enjoyed hearing about discomfort and like sitting with discomfort. Could you talk a bit more about using that approach when we talk about the discomfort with discomfort? Thank you.
So we have 5 hands up. I'll ask you to be really brief, and we'll start with to here and then.
I have 2 questions for Dr. Shi and Xiao. Like, can you share more about how the guidance Chinese study with the core values for AI development?
Sorry, I think you need to speak up a bit.
I couldn't really hear the question.
Okay, so can you share more about how the guidance of Chinese studies the core values for AI development influences and maybe siblings AI development in China, and how it may influence the proliferation of Chinese technologies abroad In terms of developing an AI framework with Chinese characteristics, do you see a direction that is more socialist, communist, and feminist, to nationalist, patriarchal, and Confucian?
Questions for a couple of these, but it's first of Johnny to regard the impression of sort of what is a global South scholar, kind of noticing and noting the entangled intersection experiences of many of us in this room. So I'm wondering, especially as we seek to break out of global norm epistemologies, how do we avoid veering into Orientalism or one of theorizing about technology?
Hi, my question is for Dr. Xiao. Thank you for your presentation. I'm asking you a question as an American based in the UK, but who lived in Shenzhen for a number of years. So you positioned initially platforms as, you know, having the responsibility to shoulder public missions in China. And it just strikes me that, you know, a fulsome discussion of platforms in that country does require getting into the topics of firewall, surveillance, censorship, and then the implications that societal participation would have on things like your social credit scores. So I was hoping you might speak a little bit to this tension, I guess, with all of that and the notion of the public that you mentioned with the public missions. And then also, like, with regards to defining the mission, to what extent do you see a public consensus via these platforms? And, you know, perhaps there is some link you might comment on to techno-nationalism also in the country. So thanks.
This question also goes for Dr. Xiao. So recently last year there was a paper published called Yellow Techno Peril, which basically warned against Western scholar viewing China's AI advantage as rooted in Confucianism, and warned against framing AI competition between US and China as the clash of two civilizations, because it portrays as a zero-sum game. Since you mentioned a lot about like Chinese AI's characteristics and rooted in Confucianism, and we see a lot of media report DeepSeek as mysterious Oriental power, how do you see like where do you see like the narrative of this kind of like civilization Chinese AI goes, and any negative impact of that?
One more. Yeah, maybe one more. So many. I think it was.
Hi, my question is to John. Thank you for that lovely presentation. So it's about the limits of Global South in this issue. And my question is that the Global South approach is mostly on concepts like hegemony and asymmetry of power and neo-colonialism. And these have often been weaponized by also like South Asian governments to now bring up authoritative regulation. So how do we factor that in when we speak about Global South, the internet first, and also in terms of like the Global South and approaches to Global South, as we've acknowledged, is not a monolith, but the approach part of it is also not a monolith, and these approaches are often contested in especially in Asian and South Asian communities. So do you think it's time we also look at indigenous communities in South Asia and people living on the margins, not only so far as they're impacted by these approaches of the state, but also how they want to build their own digital models based on their own approaches to governance, communication, and how they see that being reflected in the design square.
So maybe everyone can quickly respond. Should I just quickly sum up some of the questions in like while So I guess there's a question on the worry of AI taking over the human. There are also questions of slipping into Orientalism, the risk of that. There's also a question on what does it mean to stay with the discomfort of the Global South. There were 3 specific questions for Dr. Xiao, which I will not attempt to sum up. And there was a specific question for Janaki, but I think that also links to some of the broader questions that have been asked about approaches to the Global South. And I guess the theme of this panel was to think about Asian perspectives, but I think some of the questions are sort of pushing against that, right? And in a way, like if you think of Hadi's talk, it really was like, what is the relevant region for the kind of work he's doing, and it's into the Arab region.
So I guess there's a broader question of what is Asia standing for? How do we set up comparisons, say, even between India and China? That itself seems to be so difficult to do. So I guess these are questions about further also thinking about the global south as a category and what it then means to think of it through the category of Asia. Janaki, would you like to begin? And then we can come to Dr. Shah and then on to Dr. Samin.
Thanks, Priyanka. Those are very difficult questions. So I'll attempt to take some of them. So I think one of the things about AI and when we talk about it taking over is I think we need to be very careful about how we speak about that as well. Because I think one of the biggest problems around AI, like you pointed out, is definitional, but also different levels of opacity, right? And I think the more we give in to talking about it as taking over and give it almost power of its own, and the more we talk about who are the actors involved and what is being developed, I think the better it is for us. And the reason I say this is, I think recently someone in the ILO, it was, I think, who pointed out that sometimes AI is also something that startups use as a way to get funds, right? So, but when you make it opaque and almost mystical and magical, I think what you end up not seeing is the people who, the political economy of it, the workers who are involved in making it happen, etc. So I think there's definitely a point around opacity and not being able to question decisions and so on and so forth. And I think that's the kind of regulation that's being pushed for. But I think we do also need to guard against, in our language, talking about it as almost magical and doing things we can no longer control. So I think we do need to guard against that. On the question around staying with the discomfort, I think the best way to think about this is in your research, thinking a lot about being reflexive, right? And I think about this a lot, especially as someone who recently moved from India. And as someone who does her field research in the country, I know that I'm privileged in various ways, right? Is it only my move to a different country which distances me and blinds me to what I can see and what I can't? It's not true, right? I'm ensconced in various hierarchies and privileges within the country as well. So I think as you move both socially, physically, regionally, I think these are questions to think about. What are my lenses, right? And I think that's what anthropology has talked about for a really long time, your insider, outsider lenses and how do you really think about it. So I think the important thing here is to keep with that. I think there's been a lot of conversation around that. We know ways to do it. We also know it's very hard. But I think the important thing is to not give up. And I think collaborations and a lot of the first session folks spoke about this, right? So I think that's all I would say. On the question around veering to Orientalism, I think that's a super interesting question. And I think one way I try to think about this is when you speak about location aware, I think it's also about how we think about location, right? Not as some fixed watertight entity, but as something that's shaped by its interactions with elsewhere. And I think in some ways it's almost impossible not to do that today, right? And many of us who work in platform work, for instance, understand that funding comes from different parts. Regulations across the world affect these companies. So I think in some ways it's becoming almost impossible not to factor those in. But I think you're exactly right that the point here isn't to say that location is important, doesn't mean that I'm not arguing for I'm arguing for uniqueness, but I'm not arguing for a hierarchy of locations. So I'm not saying there's something special about South Asia in the way it's dealing with some of these, but I'm asking for paying attention to the specific histories and power relations of that region to try and understand what is happening, right? But I think that's a good question to think about. And finally, to your point about the weaponizing of questions around global south, absolutely true, right? And I can think of regulations around, for instance, issues around data nationalism and data localization that the Indian states really been pushing for.
So I think you're exactly correct that that is rhetoric that's being used. And I think some of the examples that I was trying to bring up right at the end were precisely speaking to the questions that you're talking about, not just looking at communities, not framing them only in terms of their inclusion or exclusion in something, but also in terms of what are the ways in which they're initiating some of these conversations that we are talking about. And I think some of the news initiatives I spoke about, as well as the petitioning, all had to do with that.
Jan, if we could ask you to very quickly respond.
Yeah, actually, I couldn't hear quite clearly, but I hear something about the public mission from the Chinese government and how it is the tension between the government and the censorship, something about that. So yeah, anyway, so I think the reason that I have proposed that we need to bring basically combine the two perspectives from the political economy and cultural studies is actually the kind of response that I want to think of the Chinese government policy and also its the public show the public mission as it sets up or in the policy discourse, and also how the ordinary people, how they imagine the AI. So for instance, that the government may have certain kind of stances in terms of educating people about AI, generative AI, and all other sorts of things. But of course, that it has its own propaganda and agenda. So that's why I think it is also necessary for us to look at the discourse from another different level. For instance, the ordinary people and the basically the people that are not really aside from the government. I think there are another two questions, but I couldn't really remember them.
Like, should we just? Oh, we don't have time. Oh, so sorry. Jian.
Okay.
Maybe, can I encourage the people to ask questions to write to Jian directly, if that's okay? Sorry.
You email events@OII.org, so ac.uk, I can ask questions from.
Sorry about that, Jian.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Sorry. Fabi, would you like to quickly respond to the questions if you manage to hear them?
Yes, I'll focus on, I think there was a question on related to, if I recall, on the cultural dimensions of AI inclusion. I may have misheard it, but this is particularly salient among the AI elite in the MENA region specifically, and including the people who are working in government, leading AI and digital companies, academia, etc., who stress that AI systems must be developed in a manner that reflects regional and national values. And these questions tend to be more or less theoretical or stay conceptual in nature, but there are a few large language models that are being developed and are addressing these questions within this region that are open source and available, that are influencing many of these cultural and linguistics questions around AI development, even among the leading AI developers. So there are cases that needs to be explored for different regions and based on the production of data within these regions that are affecting and changing and forming some of the narratives within the generative AI applications and outcomes globally. And it's important to highlight that there are cases that needs to be explored in each of the global South countries. Yeah, I'll stop here.
Fantastic, thank you. Do we have time for more questions or do we need to break for lunch? Okay. With apologies to those who didn't get a chance to ask questions, and many thanks to the three incredible panelists. There were so many questions in the room still, and I'm sure online, but hopefully we can keep this conversation going. Thank you for this really terrific roundtable.
Thank you all for being here. Hi, my name is Rebecca Lee. I'm in African Studies, and it's a real pleasure to be here. I will say I am not a part of this world in some senses, in terms of digital and internet studies, but I am very much an area studies person. So it's a very interesting kind of look in, I would say. Very pleased to welcome you to Critical Internet and Data Studies panel from Africa perspectives. And I thought Nyanika's point, actually in the previous panel, what does it mean to think about the Global South and Global Southing through the category of Asia? And so now we're here in Africa, and I think that the question equally applies. And I think also Janiki's point about problematizing categories it is something that we'll fruitfully explore through the presentations in this panel. So I thought what I would do first is just introduce the three panelists in the order in which they'll appear so that we can kind of seamlessly move through. We have just an hour for this session, and I intend to be somewhat gently iron-fisted, if that's possible, with the time, so that we leave plenty of time for discussion, because I feel like that was really sort of the generative moments for me in the previous panels. So I'll start with Rutendo Chabdikwa, who is a PhD candidate. The title of her PhD dissertation is "It's Not Our Country, It's Their Country: Zimbabwean Women and Queer People's Conception of Citizenship in the Digital Age." So the dissertation looks at Zimbabwean women and queer people's working through and with digital platforms through the lens of their interactions and engagement with state and state actors on Twitter, and she has consciously refused to call it X. And she's also interested in not just technology as infrastructure, but how people and state actors use and apply that technology. So technology as practice. And she particularly is focused on applying a gender lens to understanding the effects of digital media on political participation in post-colonial contexts. And then the next person is Mohammed Amir Anwar, who is a senior lecturer in African Studies and International Development at the University of Edinburgh. He's also a senior research associate in the Faculty of Management at the University of Johannesburg in South Africa. And he was formerly a research fellow here at OII until 2020. So Amir's research is grounded in African contexts and sits at the intersection of geography, political economy, and socio-technical perspectives. He's written widely on digital platforms, the gig economy, inequality and labor markets. And among his many publications is the co-written monograph with Mark Graham, "The Digital Continent: Placing Africa in Planetary Networks of Work." That was published in 2022, that draws on field study in South Africa, Kenya, Nigeria, Ghana, and Uganda. He is currently the PI on a UKRI Future Leaders Fellowship for the project Planetary AI, which is, from all intents and purposes, it looks like a very ambitious collaborative international program of research spanning Africa, Asia, Latin America, and Europe. And the final speaker is Tanya Bosch. She is professor of media studies and production at the Center for Film and Media Studies at the University of Cape Town. She was recently appointed to this prestigious National Research Foundation UKRI Bilateral Research Chair in Digital Media Sociology, for which many congratulations. Tanya has an interdisciplinary background in English, history, sociology, and telecommunications, as well as experience in the local film and community radio sectors in South Africa. Her many publications include the monographs Broadcasting Democracy, Radio and Identity in South Africa, that's from 2017, and the more recent Social Media and Everyday Life in South Africa, 2021. She's written on decolonizing digital methods and is currently working on a range of projects, including with Tony Roberts, a series of volumes on digital citizenship and digital rights in African as well as broader global contexts. So that's our panel. Yeah, we're going to start with Rutendo.
Okay, I'm going to start my own timer so that I do not mess it up. Thank you so much. So just want to say that the topics and subjects that I focus on, as have been mentioned, usually mis and disinformation, gender and tech governance, gender and citizenship in the digital age. But today I will share some interventions, not in the way of complete responses or answers, but rather moments of pause and potential divergence through some research from the first topic as well as the third one. And so if I do leave this space with more questions than answers, then I think that will be sufficient. I'd like to begin by sharing theories and approaches and methods, or just things that I like to keep front of mind or inspire me in the way that I think about the work. And the first is that while we are discussing internet data and AI studies, the digital does not exist in a vacuum. As African-American scholar Kim Creighton reminds us, tech is not neutral, nor is it apolitical. Technology thus does not exist in a vacuum away from offline and analog reality. So furthermore, closer to the context we're talking about, geographical context. In her book, Digital Democracy and Analog Politics, Nyabola writes that whilst what is possible online is dependent on what exists offline. Therefore, I am moved to extend that if the online and the offline, the digital and the analog are so strongly intertwined, and the separation between them then we also cannot think of internet data and AI studies as only pertaining to contemporary issues or only to be understood through later theoretical concepts developed solely for technological and digital issues. So I look to Behari League, who argues that disciplines are colonial mechanism for categorizing and classifying the world, which inherently includes some perspectives and excludes others. So this means moving between the online and the offline, understanding that they're not actually separate completely. There are tensions between the two, the past and the present, as well as across and within and along multiple disciplines. In line with thinking outside the borders of internet, data, studies, whatever they may be called in different spaces, I'm inspired to think with Otto and Klinken that Africa in itself as a context can be argued to have always been queer. Africa can be argued to always have been queer in the sense that it has been and continues to be seen as the other to European/Western modernity. To regard Africa as queer requires first to critically engage with the long-standing history and ongoing legacies of othering Africa, the notion of Africa as a constant state of exception and as being out of time, especially with regards to the questions of technology, data, AI, science, innovation. Africa is seen not as a space of innovation, but as being consistently out of time behind the space in which technologies are applied. In order to remedy this, I try to, within my work, move towards Macharia, who understands Africa as wayward. He writes that I admire a certain African genius for waywardness. Waywardness revels not in the secrets found as it strays here and there. It is not a scavenger hunt, nor is waywardness necessarily interested in forging new paths that others can follow. Often it is a stubborn refusal to come to the point. These, among many other approaches, are part of the foundation of my work. And in terms of thinking about a refusal, I am forced, therefore, to think about language. We're talking about technology, AI, data. What do those words mean? Can we think about them differently? Can we name things differently? And an attempt to think of societies and polities on their own terms, which I think has been said by speakers before, is part of what the idea of global South thing, as complex as it is trying to achieve, is therefore trying to think of them from their own concepts. The risk of this, obviously, is that some of these words, ideas, concepts are not translatable, but perhaps they should not be. I would like to begin with a really high-level idea or just work that I did on disinformation practices of Gukura Hundi on Twitter. This was a book chapter published in a book edited by Tony, who's here, and George. The subject was about Gukura Hundi. Gukura Hundi is a state-orchestrated violence that was unleashed upon Ndebele-speaking civilians in Matabeleland and Midlands and Zimbabwe provinces between 1983 and 1987. So the thing in itself is not currently ongoing. Therefore, it requires me to then move between the whole idea of what is online, what is offline, the past, the present. But with regards to the methods as well, we kind of start to see what Nyabola was talking about, the idea of an analog politics in a digital world. That establishing the presence of a disinformation network was actually difficult because the network in itself appeared to be a low coordination, sophisticated network with operations with human operators who thus manually, whether intentionally or unintentionally, diversified content and interaction styles. Gukurahundi is one of many other disinformation topics that state-aligned actors in Zimbabwe focus on. So I therefore had to bridge online and the offline by understanding the context that is Zimbabwean politics, Gukurahundi in itself as an event as well as a concept, and breaking the borders to establish the presence of such a network through engagement patterns, content analysis, common behavior patterns. And then the other thing as well is to think about disinformation while I was looking at how it happens on Twitter, is also the fact that there are people there who are affected by it, witnessing it. And in order to understand what it is and what it was doing, because discourse does things, to quote Sumi Madok from LSE. So I then interviewed people that are working within this topic and on Twitter, engaging and encountering with Gukurahundi disinformation and trying to fight it and really trying to understand what their perspective of what that disinformation is. And so that's the conclusion, basically. And then the other thing to just think about in my work that I like to think about is the idea of digital public spheres. What are they? The concept of the public sphere has been challenged, of course, in multiple other places. Feminist scholars have argued against the whole idea of a public-private distinction. The spaces in which individuals engage with the media are blurred, especially thinking about social media. In the African context, Merch 2016 looks at Zanzibar and women in Zanzibar to think about that. There's also questions, obviously, of the exclusion of certain communities on account of race, gender, class, etc. And then further afield in Australia, an analysis of the Australian Twitter sphere argued that it wasn't a public sphere, could not be considered a public sphere by looking at large data samples and collecting a lot of tweets. Alex and Highfield basically argued that Australian Twitter was made of sphericals, so to speak. But now the question I was thinking about was not just about what is Twitter like, looking at it as a structure, but people that are moving within that space. Do they experience it in a specific way? Not just, is it a public sphere, but for them, could it be? Is it not? What could it be? And of course, the impacts of that are very different depending on context. And so, as was mentioned, I work with Zimbabwean women and queer people specifically. And so I wanted to move the interrogation away from just the platform and include individuals and communities within those spaces. So when individuals use and engage with technological artifacts and platforms, they bring to them their ontologies, their epistemologies, and their previous experiences. Brock 2018 looks at this through the lens of critical technocultural discourse analysis. So because of this, I then argue that Twitter, in the Zimbabwean case, for Black Zimbabwean women and queer people specifically, something which might be controversial to think about, is that it is not a public sphere or a counter-public sphere. It is a musika. And that is part of the waywardness, the refusal to be translated. But a musika is an open-air market that spans a large space, different structures, contains within its multiple different sort of stands and stalls, unlike in many other places where you have a vintage market, and then a food market, and then a farmer's market. This has everything, including purchasing labor, changing your currency as well, happens here, etc. And so this was basically thinking about what it is like from the perspective of those that move within this space. And musika, above all, is dictated by market logics, of course, in multiple ways, which with the current formation of X has been even made a little bit louder. There are, of course, ways in which such a metaphor, such language does not necessarily fit. But as I said in the beginning, I do not want to go towards the idea of a one is to one fit. The waywardness, perhaps, that opening up of asking different questions is maybe what global southing, in a way, could actually be about. And so that is what Menon talks about in his article, when they talk about that not all words are inherently open to conceptual exposition, as if they may relate to particular context or experience. We need to engage with the idea of the untranslatable, that some words acquire conceptual entailments, not only through the task of exposition, but perhaps only within particular worlds. The last thing I would like to think about is, the state in the digital age. Part of my question is looking at how citizens and the state interact. But what is the state, right? If politics happens in an analog manner, like Nyabola argues, what does the state become in this digital world, even though the way it has been sort of formed, the way this has worked is analog? Is there a tension when the state tries to work in this digital space? And so obviously, because I work on questions of citizenship, I returned to Mamdani, who looked at the bifurcation of the African state. And he argued that as a result of from colonial times, once again, that past, present, to post-colonial times, the state in Africa spoke two languages, an urban language and a rural language. So the state in Africa became somewhat bifurcated and had citizens in urban areas, subjects in rural areas. Now, my question then sort of becomes, how about in the digital space, right? And from talking, and the only way I could, not the only way, but the way I chose to do this, we can ask questions about why, was to talk to the community of interest in my project. How are they seeing the state? What language is it speaking to them within this digital space? And so the sort of conclusion with that is that if one of the ways in which politics is done is this digital space, so to speak, and how the state operates from a functional perspective, the question then becomes what changes in the digital age as a result of the collision between politics and technology. Now, through experiences of Zimbabwean women and queer people, I argued that in the digital age, the state goes beyond these two bifurcations, and it's experienced through an additional dynamic in which, while aiming to perform for other states, because they are also present within that space and they're aware of that, its nervousness is revealed to citizens, which has different effects on what the state then becomes and the language that it speaks then means. So as I said in the beginning, I believe that the value of these insights to global South, quote unquote, internet studies and interrogate Western paradigms or Western epistemologies is not simply to find new ways of doing things, but rather to ask new questions as they pertain to our realities, speaking to them in our language, on our terms, risking perhaps being ejected from the ivory halls of academia. Yet the power is inviting and thinking alongside different traditions. And as Toni Morrison said, I stood at the border, claimed it as central, and let the rest of the world move over to where I was. And similarly, perhaps global Southing internet studies is not about just shifting the center of interrogations, is actually about shifting, the center of our interrogations, because with or without our interventions and conceptual analysis, the practice of technology and innovation continues to happen away from the center. Thank you.
Earlier in the morning session, Janki made some really interesting point about who is a Global South scholar and the ways in which we write, places about which we write. As I sat in the panel and some of the earlier ones, I begin to think. My thinking is, I'm not African. I wasn't born in Africa. So my position in the panel is a little bit complicated, but I'm really thankful for the invite to come here and talk to you about this. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Amir. I teach at the University of Edinburgh. And for most part, my work deals with the role of digital technologies and their influences on socio-political and economic transformation, and also obviously in environmental transformation in the context of Global South, but primarily within the African continent itself. As I said earlier, listening to the panels in the morning, I just began to think again that I was asked to talk about the theories, the people, the perspective that give inspiration to me about my own work. And I wonder, after listening to all of them, why not I do something different, slightly different, not too much. So I sat at the back during the lunchtime, wrote down some notes here. So please allow me some time to give you slightly different. I won't talk about my work most of the time, but I'll give you some thoughts, might generate some questions, provocations, so to speak. Last year, I organized 2 workshops at the University of Cape Town on platformization in Africa. The title we came up with a workshop was called as Writing from Africa, or Writing about Platformization from Africa. The title came from inspiration drawn from Binyawanga Wainaina's 2005 article that a lot of you would know, that's about how to write about Africa. And I want to read a couple of lines that he wrote. In your text, treat Africa as if it were one country. It is hot, dusty, with rolling grasslands and huge herds of animals and tall and thin people who are starving. Or is it hot and steamy with short people who eat primates? Don't get bogged down with precise descriptions. Africa is big. 900 million people, he wrote at the time, so we're about 1 billion now. 900 million people who are too busy starving and dying and emigrating to read your book. As we reflected with my co-organizers on this particular workshop, we thought, let's look at who is writing about platformization, particularly on the African continent, but also elsewhere. Some of the search we did, literature search, we found that about 36 people who wrote about platformization were writing about Africa out of about 4,000 articles or books that we had found up until 2023. Out of those 38, we found about 20 or less than 20, about 20 of them were actually based in Africa or were local Africans, so that speak. And hence the discussion about how do we do things differently that actually change the status quo or changes the trends and directions with which the work we're doing in terms of data, AI, or sort of internet studies, so to speak. As we reflected on this, in our discussion, we thought if we are to write about AI data from an African point of view, but also by extension Global South point of view, it is about not simply about who writes, where one writes, but under what conditions one writes. And this is a very important question. The structures in which we exist as an academic, as a scholar, whether you live here or you live in some other parts of the world, those are the ones set and determined by someone who created the infrastructure and set the conditions for those things. In this case, publishing, writing, doing research. Another important point here is that we talk about Global South, it doesn't just exist on its own. It exists due to colonial relations, a long history of the colonial domination for that matter. So the voices that we generally hear, they're not generally considered original. I'm wrong. We heard so many of the people earlier speak about it. It gives you some hope. But the point that has been made repeatedly by a number of people, the voices are not original. Their writing is not generally considered to be original. There is a profound sense of dismissal of ideas, and I'll give you an anecdote to it, where there is a deliberate act of erasure of people from the Global South who are writing and doing their work. And part of the important trend here is you write about the concepts, written from the Global North, you apply it in the Global South, and you say, oh, we have actually expanded in definitions of those concepts. In essence, it is about devaluing the work of the Global South scholars. And the anecdote here goes, the citation practice. A lot of you are scholars, you've written, you may have come across people, if not, you might be lucky. I have, where people have deliberately asked to remove certain scholars, but cite somebody else because that gives authority. And those persons who are being cited, they are based in Global North, most of them often white, male. The second anecdote, I submitted an article many years ago without in the title mentioning Africa. I got revisions, everything, and down at the line, at the very end, there was a line that said, the article is about Africa, but Africa isn't mentioned in the title. Okay, fair enough, I was new. I wanted the article published, so I included Africa in the title. But the point that hit quite later was the same journal, the same editors, they were publishing papers on other parts of the world without title Africa, or in this, sorry, not title Africa, without the title of the Global North countries for that matter. England, the UK, the Canada, Australia, they were published without these titles. And the ways in which these things propagate is certain narratives that when you write about these Global North, you're not situating them within a particular location, you're creating this universality or the universal idea that these are universal because they came from a particular location. So to us, that was very sort of an interesting way of entering into that particular thing. Hamid Dabashi, who's a philosopher based in Colombia, he once wrote about this and he said, he asked this question, why is European philosophy philosophy, but an African philosophy ethno-philosophy? It was his way of challenging these assumptions that a lot of people have about the work coming from the Global South. They need to be qualified by certain other phrases or before it. During the workshop, we invited the editor of Africa as a Country, I think the editor, William Shoki. He gave a very powerful address, and I'm going to rephrase some of his words here. And what gave us, or at least me at this time, this sort of intention to talk to you about this. And he said, if we were to take these factors seriously, the factor that I just spoke about, then writing from South, or in this case, Africa, in the age of AI, is not just a literary or an academic question. It is a political one, right? And I would argue and extend that argument a little bit more, that it is more than just political one. It is about developing alternatives that are grounded in epistemic resistance, some of which what we heard already, political resistance, and sustained anti-colonial and anti-AI movement. I'm more than happy to take questions if somebody wants to talk about this later. But to me, that seems to be more profound. And that comes from my own positionality, as I said, about a global South scholar, so to speak, who lives and works in the global North, but also my own research on digital technologies and their influence and economic development or political change. Two of the key scholars whose work I've been tremendously inspired with and I kind of continuously depend upon or use are Samir Amin and Frantz Fanon, for example, both African in so many ways. And Samir Amin's work on theory of unequal exchange, for that matter, where he talks about the idea that the disparity that we see, the inequality we see in the world, particularly in the world of work, it isn't just driven by wage or the wage as a sort of an indicator variable to it. There is a deep history of colonial way of expropriating resources, including value through the labor that created what we see. And I tend to look at it when I do my research on data work, labor that goes into training AI. We're looking at the work that gets outsourced to locations in Africa, in this case, Kenya and Uganda, in Colombia, in India, in Philippines. It's always labeled as low-value work. And here is another anecdote. About 10 years ago, I interviewed one of the executive of the IT firm, a large IT firm who was visiting Kenya at the time. And they said to me that this is just an ordinary click work. I can get a high school graduate to do it. And these kind of words actually devalue the labor that goes into it. So in the project that I'm running currently, Planetary AI, one of the things we are interested in is to understand this kind of a discursive element that devalues the work, even though it is deeply complicated and it's deeply skillful. So the idea we need to start thinking about the skills and the conception of the skills that we actually tend to associate when we think about data work or any other kind of work in this matter of digital work. I do want to end by saying what Samir Amin once wrote. Don't quote me on this. I found this on the internet. Despite my extensive research, I couldn't find the exact page number of quote for Samir Amin, but it was a magazine that published this quote, and they quoted Samir saying, "The future starts today. We can't wait until the system has," sorry, my notes are a bit. "We can't wait until the system has led to gigantic war." Israeli genocide is an example. And ecological catastrophe, which we already are familiar with what's going to happen to AI. Here is the reason why I mentioned anti-AI movement. I'm a bit uncomfortable when we talk about responsible AI or the governance of AI, when we know what it is leading to, the more we use. We have to react now. So thank you so much. Hopefully that gives you something to talk about. We'll take some questions. Thank you.
Okay, hi everyone. I think we've just heard that in the same ways as which we cannot homogenize the experiences of the majority world, we also can't homogenize Africa. So it feels like quite a responsibility to be speaking on behalf of an entire continent. We had quite a broad brief, and I have a lot of slides, but Rebecca will be happy to know I'm not going to speak to all of them, or I'll definitely run out of time. And I think what I'd like to do is really just to speak very briefly about some of the key concepts and themes, just to remind us of that in critical data studies, talk a little bit about some of the theories that have informed the field, but also my own work, reflect a bit about data colonialism, specifically from a gendered perspective, and I'll link that to a book that's going to be coming your way sometime later this year, hopefully, on feminist digital citizenship in Africa. And I really want to, I think what I'd like to do most and what I'll focus on most in my presentation is to talk a bit about this idea of agency, but from the perspective of thinking about agency as resistance, and to continue the thread that Amir started talking about decoloniality, and to focus on that, you know, to some extent. Yeah, and to highlight some of the work that I see as resistance that the PI of the project is in the back of the room, Dr. Tony Roberts, my colleague at IDS. And Tony and I have been working on several projects around the African or linked to the African Digital Rights Network that I'd like to put forward as a kind of form of agency and resistance. So we know that at its core, how do I advance these? We know that at its core, critical data study seeks to challenge idea that data is neutral. We know that data is not neutral, objective, or apolitical. We know that data is socially constructed, shaped by power relations, embedded in broader historical, economic, and political contexts. We know that data is not just collected from the world, but it's actively produced through these situated, value-laden processes. And my presentation really reflects on these foundational ideas from an African perspective, considering how data systems on the continent are shaped by historical legacies of colonialism, contemporary forms of digital extractivism, and ongoing struggles for epistemic and technological sovereignty. So to begin to explore these power-laden systems, particularly in the African context, this idea of data colonialism, which you'd all be familiar with, is quite a useful frame, helps us to kind of think about how digital extraction continues older patterns of domination. I'm sure you're all familiar with Coldry and Machias's work. So it's actually 2019 and also 2024, the most recent book, Data Grab, defining sort of data colonialism as the appropriation of human life through data extraction, framing it as a new form of colonialism where everyday experiences are continuously monitored, commodified, used to generate value for powerful tech corporations, primarily in the global north. And what this really also raises is this key question, you know, to think about what are the implications. You know, there's these pertinent questions I've listed here that Ricard raises, the implications of data colonialism for societies and individuals located on the economic margins. So these questions really lead us to think about a very useful concept of what Mignola refers to as epistemic, and several other scholars as well refer to kind of as epistemic disobedience, this idea, like a really powerful idea for thinking about how knowledge and resistance can operate outside of Western frameworks. And really, Mignola talks about epistemic disobedience as this deliberate rejection of the dominance of Western ways of knowing, the active production of knowledge from marginalized non-Western perspectives, and really the idea of delinking from Western frameworks as the only valid form of knowledge, reclaiming and legitimizing other ways of understanding the world and asserting epistemic sovereignty, whereby communities define their own epistemological paths. So epistemic disobedience then is not simply a critique, but a constructive effort to open space for multiple coexisting knowledge systems that have historically been excluded or devalued. And it's these kind of foundational theories that kind of define these concepts around data colonialism and this field of critical data studies by showing how knowledge systems are shaped by histories of colonialism and imperialism. And CDS then kind of critiques how data infrastructures and AI replicate these global hierarchies, especially between global north and global south. I don't want to speak really, too much here, but I think while scholars like Mignola help us understand how colonial logics shape knowledge systems, I really like the work of Ilan Kapoor, who's an Indian scholar based in Toronto, currently development studies scholar, and he offers a really important critique. You know, he warns that much of what passes as decoloniality today focuses on representation and cultural identity, but leaves the economic system of capitalism untouched. So Kapoor pushes us then to look beyond identity and knowledge politics to ask who profits, who owns the infrastructure, who bears the costs. And in Africa, this means looking critically at how tech mirrors extractive economic models, how resistance must confront both epistemic domination and material exploitation. So with that kind of theoretical grounding in place, I think, you know, these are just some of the key concepts I think that we need to have at the forefront of conversations around this, some of the key scholars. I'm sure some of these authors are all, I'm sure you've all very familiar with these books and that you've read, you've kind of read these texts, and together this work reveals how algorithmic systems and digital infrastructures often reproduce colonial, racial, capitalist logics, contributing to a form of data-driven oppression masked by the rhetoric of innovation and efficiency. And these critiques also connect to this broader movement for data justice, another key concept in this field that frames our work. So the idea that, data justice challenges the economic and political structures that drive these systems. The idea that addressing data injustice requires more than technical tweaks. It demands a structural challenge to how capitalism drives datafication, how it perpetuates inequality, how it marginalizes vulnerable communities. And in this sense, data justice is inherently anti-capitalist because it calls for redistributing power, resisting commodification, prioritizing the collective well-being over private profit. So I think what's missing from all of this literature around data colonialism, digital colonialism broadly, is connecting it or thinking about it through a gendered lens. So data colonialism doesn't just operate along racial lines, it follows the same logics as patriarchy. So, it extends that control into the digital realm, seeking to monitor, predict, and influence human behavior, often without consent. We know that surveillance technologies tend to target, to target marginalized groups, especially women, queer people, people of color, reinforcing long-standing power dynamics. And we know that in many cases, women's digital labor is exploited in ways that mirrors traditional gendered labor. It's often invisible, unpaid, or underpaid, whether it's through content creation, emotional labor, or platform moderation. So while data colonialism is often discussed in terms of race and empire, it's deeply connected to the structures of patriarchy as well. And these dynamics become ever more urgent when we look at how they play out across African contexts. So perhaps, just to when we talk about data colonialism, it's essential to center the majority world, and particularly Africa, as key sites where these dynamics are unfolding. So we know that big tech companies are, have aggressively expanded across the continent. They frame their presence often as increasing connectivity or as development. But what in practice is happening is that we see the mirroring of old colonial patterns where data, like natural resources before, is extracted from African users, processed and stored in the global north, and then monetized with little benefit to local populations. And that digital extraction is often dressed up as progress. And we know that the impacts are not experienced equally. So women in Africa often face additional barriers to internet access. And when they do come online, their data is still commodified. They're also disproportionately targeted by online harassment, etc., especially those involved in feminist queer struggles or reproductive justice activism. And beyond platform control, we also see how digital labor markets reproduce neocolonial dependencies. So a key issue when we look at digital colonialism in the African context is this outsourcing of precarious digital labor. So we know that across the continent, workers are engaging in low-paid, often invisible tasks like data labeling for AI training, content moderation for social media platforms, etc. I think I'm sort of in the last of my 5 minutes, I'm pretty sure. So I'm going to just kind of skim through. I think, we know that the system is sort of broken. How do people resist? And I think that, resistance isn't just about reclaiming voice or representation. Resistance in Africa is about resisting extractive digital economies. So everyday acts of refusal, appropriation, and subversion that challenge both Western epistemic control and the neoliberal logic that frames data as a commodity. And I think, so I think that I'm still halfway through the book. I'm busy reading this really great book, Trerer's book on algorithms of resistance. And also wanted to point out that my own work on social media apps has explored how people engage with Western designed apps in unexpected ways, how they have agency, how they use it for self-expression, cultural production, and community building, and Trery calls this the kind of algorithmic politics of the everyday. I think you can just have a look at our website. A lot of our work has looked at this kind of agency and resistance, and in feminist digital citizenship, which will be hopefully coming your way later this year. It's in progress or in press. We build on the work of the South African gender scholar Annika Buskins to offer a framework that reflects different levels of feminist engagement with digital platforms. So you'll have to read the book, because I don't have time to kind of sort of in the last 3 minutes of this presentation. But this is really very much connected to Kapoor's critique of decoloniality and the idea that you need structural change. So we use this framework, and kind of we use this framework, and we argue that true transformist feminist digital citizenship sets out to understand and challenge the structural systems, like data colonialism, surveillance capitalism, digital patriarchy, that produce and reproduce inequality. So if we take seriously, this challenge of transformation, not just coping or reforming, then we begin to see digital resistance in a new light. So it's not just a call for inclusion in broken systems, but it's a call to reimagine them altogether. And of course, that brings us back to Ilan Kapoor's work, where he talks about how true decolonization is impossible without a confrontation with capitalism. There's no time really to talk about methods, but I point you towards these two articles in which we think about, in which I've been involved, in which we think about how to move towards a so-called decolonial approach through rethinking methodologically how we research majority world contexts. And then just in conclusion, I suppose want to leave you kind of with a bit of a provocation, one that challenges us to think beyond inclusion or representation or surface level reform. So, the question, what would it mean to build data systems not around extraction and control, but around care, reciprocity, and justice? Coming back to this critique that often there's the rhetorical critique of colonialism, but we leave untouched the economic structures that sustain exploitation. And we clearly see this in data colonialism, the extraction of labor, data, and profit from the majority world. Even the language of digital sustainability is increasingly being used to greenwash these practices, so promoting energy efficient data centers or AI solutions for climate change, while ignoring the material harms of land dispossession, e-waste dumping, water-intensive infrastructure across African communities. So the real challenge, I suppose, is just, Kapoor reminds us, that true decolonization is not only epistemic, it's also economic, structural, and material. The challenge is then, what would it mean to dismantle the infrastructures of digital colonialism and replace them with systems rooted not in extraction and control? And so, I'm very cleverly posing that question to you so that doesn't come up in the Q&A. So, and then just, to say this is precisely to some extent the work that we're trying to do in the African Digital Rights Network. So supporting grounded collaborative research across the continent, amplifying resistance, pushing for alternative models of governance that challenge not only coloniality, but also capitalism itself. Because I think for us, digital justice is inseparable from the broader struggles for economic, environmental, and epistemic liberation. And at some point, keep an eye out for the next book, as though there are not enough books. I put them all up on the slide earlier, but Tony and I are going to be working much later this year in June or July. The call will go out for a book on digital colonialism in Africa, looking at these themes of data, labor, infrastructure, and decolonial resistance. And we invite you all to contribute to this volume. We could share the call with you in advance. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks so much. Thank you, panelists, for being so admirably, disciplined with time. The reward is we have ample time for some questions. So I will, if it's okay with the panel, I'll probably take 3 or 4 questions in a bundle, and then invite you to respond in whatever order is convenient. I will also see if there are some questions here as well. Are there any questions, please? So Cheryl, and then yes. Please, oh no, Teams, yes, oh, okay. My question is for, thanks very much for the panel, fantastic, the question is for Amina. And I'm very curious about your experience in writing about platformization in Africa. I'm thinking about writing and I'm thinking about theorizing, philosophizing, and being in a position of you're kind of moving from describing writing to theorizing. I wanted to know if you had any reflections from that experience. You spoke about its challenges and being in a position, being heard from Africa. Want to hear how it was felt, how it was described in the writing workshop about that aspect of the South or Africa becoming a reference point for elsewhere as theorists and philosophers.
Yeah, so it's a question actually to all the panelists, but maybe also to open the sort of broader discussion around decolonization. Around 5 years ago, I convened a panel with my colleague Shreya Singha at the European Association for Development Research, where we kind of discussed approaches to decolonize development partnerships, research development partnerships. And it was, really nice, and we had very inclusive participation, and we published it, and that was it. And then last week, I convened another panel at the University of Manchester. I'm a lecture convener about decolonizing development partnerships. And we revisited the same debates. Over the scope of 5 years, nothing has changed. We talked about resisting and undermining and questioning, and there is very little actual tangible impact of that. Just this morning, I got an email from the research office telling me that to apply for the Liberty grant, which I was doing, I have to exclude my African collaborators because they're not eligible to be compensated within the scheme on a 2-year project. I can count for my time, for my buyout, but not for them. So obviously, we're not applying. So with this background, right, I was wondering whether the space of digital technologies, artificial intelligence, data, because of their unique disruptive nature, can we create or curate more spaces for active resistance, right, for active decolonization that actually translates into tangible impacts?
Okay, thanks. At the back here, yeah.
To ask, especially with Tango as well. How do you see the future of AI from that perspective, but also how does it specifically affect those within the various places as well? Terms of visibility and work service, Twitter is the best place for it globally, but I guess I can that it's so what we got in terms of platform certain parts of Africa, but I'm very excited to go to with the Italian planning for your sort of really enjoy if it's been useful to Australians and for people starting businesses abroad and coming across with their people to do that.
Thank you. So we'll do one more and then we'll do another round, if that's okay. Yeah.
Hi, so my name is Ramsha. Should I start the beads?
Yes, please.
So my name is Ramsha. I'm a stage 2 PhD, and my question is from Amir. And it is kind of a bit bizarre question because it's about your personal experience. You said that you're not from Africa, but your research is situated on, a subcontinent or continent in Africa. I'm doing the same. I'm South Asian and Pakistani, and I'm working in Somalia. And this has been really frustrating for me because I've seen so many scholars who are white, they work in Somalia, they don't need to justify their research interest. I need to do it time and time again. Does it happen to you? And if it happened to you, how did you navigate around it? And I think I want to talk about alternate methodologies and whatnot in my research. I'm early career researcher, so I'm still finding different kind of camps where I want to go and where I want to situate myself. But this becomes one of the major hurdles in going for alternate methods. Because if I don't do that, nobody thinks I'm credible enough. So that is the question. It's a bit personal. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Shall we go this way? Tanya, would you mind standing up? Just go down and then answer whichever questions you feel are directed to you. Yeah.
I think your question I would answer with a question in return. You know, the question is whose responsibility is it to decolonize? Because I think often it's framed as being the responsibility of the majority world, whereas actually it's the responsibility of the global north. You know, we shouldn't have to, have to make the case in a sense for decolonization to decenter. So I think, I mean, you're absolutely right. It's very much a kind of buzzword, and there's, you know, a lot of lip service being paid to the idea of decoloniality. And I think it's constant work. So I think, you know, the debates will come up again in the next 5 years and in the next 5 years. And I think it's an ongoing, constant work. And I think there are many practical ways we can think about shifting the paradigm. And I think maybe for me, two things are around one key thing is really around citation practices, because I think those are really quite key, you know, and I think it can be often, and it's a tricky one because as a teacher, then, you know, it's how do we disrupt the canon, but also teach students the whole wealth of, you know, theoretical, you know, the historicity of how theory has shifted over time. You know, but in order to really disrupt the canon, we need to change our citation practices. And I think a challenge for everyone would be to think about, I like the concept of pairing. So it's nothing to do with wine pairing, but you could make that analogy, you know, so who do you pair if you're going to cite, I don't know, Habermas on the public sphere? I mean, I wouldn't cite Habermas anyway because he's a Zionist, but let's say hypothetically, if you were to cite Habermas on the public sphere, could you pair Habermas with someone like Mbembe, you know, on citizenship in Africa and publics in Africa, you know, so to think about, you know, disrupting the canon in ways that, you know, I really like Edward Said's notion of the contrapuntal approach, where we don't throw out, we don't reject Western theorists outright, but we think about how we can work with, you know, use their contributions in majority world contexts alongside contributions from majority world theorists, of which there are many that we just don't know. They, you know, they're not as well known, and they often don't write in English. You know, so I think a challenge to all of us, if we really want to do more than pay lip service to decoloniality, is to think about how do we pair, you know, you want to use a critical scholar that's within the existing canon, but to shift that, think about pairing them alongside another scholar, and let the work kind of speak to each other. And maybe that's just, I think the solution to your question is really just micro steps, you know, because the debate's going to keep reoccurring, but to shift it, you know, those of us that are active scholars and writing and publishing, to shift our citation practices.
Yeah, I will not speak to that one. With regards to the question about, I think it was AI specifically. I don't think I understood this.
Yeah,
completely. Oh, social media as well. Okay, that helps me then. But yeah, so with queer people and visibility, and whether or not it's provided opportunity or space for more visibility and agency, so to speak. And I think that's it's a bit complex in the sense that in a short answer would be, with regards to visibility and community building, the short answer would be yes, but there's always a but, and there's always like what sort of community, because we asked that for Zimbabwe specifically, we still do not sort of have the conversation about fairness. It is still such a homophobic country. Legally, there are loopholes that allow people to continue to exist. There are organizations that protect and organize around these issues to exist, but those loopholes are not enough. They're not actually like considered protection. But then there's also the question of when you talk about like social media as well, in terms of, it's also about how the structure itself is built, who owns it, what sort of content they are seeing. But also there's the way in which what I'm more interested in, and I think what's more, what is more interesting, when more opportunity lies, is in how, regardless of those constructions, people will still use that to fulfill their own specific, like in their own specific way. So you do have like Zimbabwean free people still, regardless of Twitter burning down, so to speak, are still there. And that is why the whole idea of it's an exodus, we're all leaving, you know, is actually such a privileged take. And why aren't some people leaving is a more interesting question for me as well. What is the benefit of staying within these spaces for certain people in certain contexts? Even though it might sort of marginalize with the rest of So I don't know if that necessarily answers this complex, but there are more opportunities I just think about.
Can I just clarify, you were asking earlier that how do we use these new digital tools?
Whether it's possible, whether
It's
there is
possible.
a scope, yeah.
I'm a bit pessimistic if there is any space for this, but that's a different issue. But I think if the idea is how do we kind of leverage it as a way of creating spaces for decolonization in terms of practical terms, there could be one or two of them. If you're thinking about from the grants point of view or the workshop point of view, where the participants, for example, from the Global South are not included, or they just structurally cannot include them. I do understand that most of the national funding, they don't allow you. Funny thing, on the most funding people would know here in the UKI, if you're submitting, oh, you need to partner with somebody. They need to contribute to your project. It would be in kind sort of contribution, and you need to provide value for it, but we won't give them money. But there are subtle ways you can actually create subcontracting agreements to pay them back the money. That's what I did with my project. But then the challenge is the loop of collaboration agreements, the due diligence, the subcontracting agreement is going to take years to do it. But there are ways, but overall, if we could use tools for decolonization, I personally don't think so. I have my own views on this. Coming from the person who is studying labor movements in Africa, that's what I'm increasingly seeing, and that's my new book, by the way, that's hopefully coming out next year sometimes. Reflection about the workshop on writing from Africa. One of the first kind of thing that is stuck to sort of came across quite strongly was how limited the opportunities are for scholars from that region to be doing work on this particular field of subject matter. We got about 100 applications for the first workshop, and a vast majority of them have nothing to do with the topic we are actually researching. They were submitting it, thinking this is about this, but it wasn't there. And then we realized a lot of the applications we're getting were from Global North scholars, even though the application said we're looking for African scholars, either who are based in Africa or they're based in the Global North universities for that matter. To me, one of the things as a kind of a going forward thing was that we do need to create a pool of researchers in those regions that could continue to do the work within the field of AI, of critical data studies. But I think, at least in African case that I'm familiar with, that doesn't exist as much as it might be in Latin America or South Asia, for example. If I'm mistaken, please correct me on this. That was the foremost sort of reflection to me. And I think after the second workshop, which we finished in February, which is last month, about 30 people who participated, one of the first question almost all of them had was, are we going to do this regularly every year? I wish we could say the British Academy can fund this again. I would love to do it, but I think something like this would be quite useful to create a next generation of scholars who continue to take the flame, so to speak, forward. To your point about doing fieldwork and justify your presence, yes, I did. We had to at the time. I didn't reflect as closely as you did that white person can go about doing it without even sort of thinking about this. I don't know what department or what kind of sort of scholarly engagement that you have and whether there is a push from the department to do it for some people and not for the others, but I do understand that it exists. If you're doing it, it is good for you. I wouldn't worry too much about whether somebody else is doing it or not. If they're not doing it, that's an ethical issue for them, not for you. You're fully in the clear. So I wouldn't worry too much about this, but do your own positionality in the reflections on this. You're absolutely fine. There wouldn't be any issue on this. Alternative methodology, very similar response to it. If you're lucky enough to work with a really decent scholar who's your supervisor, they wouldn't have any issue with alternative methodology. I can see you're nodding. If they don't, then there is still ways you can bring those alternative methodological tools in your work without offending somebody, because you do need your PhD. The thing to remember in the long run is PhD is the goal for you to apply those alternative methodology. Even if there is a formal way of telling students not to do certain things, not to do certain research, that doesn't stop you from applying it. All you have to worry about is get your PhD, and then you're independent and apply these methodologies whichever way you want. So there are ways to do it, but you have to be diplomatic, unlike me. So yeah, we'll be able to.
Unfortunately, because of time, I think we're going to have to close there. There was one question, but I'll invite you to look at the question online. And apologies for those who couldn't get to ask that question, but let me thank our panelists. This is a really fantastic session.
Good afternoon. Let's start the final panel today. Hopefully you're well and recovered by talking. My name is Rafael Groman. I'm a assistant professor at the University of Toronto and research associate here at Oxford Internet Institute. And I will be the chair of this last panel on Latin American perspective for critical internet and data studies. And I'd like to, and in this panel we'll have Patricia Peña from the University of Chile, or Patsy Peña, Stella Bolaño from the University of Sergipe and Social Science Latin American Council, CLACSO Political Economy Working Group, and Andrés Dominguez Hernandez from the Alan Turing Institute. So, Patsy, are you ready? Thank you for being here, even online. Good to see you.
Yes. Hello, everybody, and thanks first of all to Jonas and everybody at the Oxford Internet Institute for this invitation to share with you in this workshop about, I think I've been listening the previous panels, and really it's an honor to be with you, sharing indeed, I think, more practical approaches, but not less critical approaches about what we are discussing today. So I want to share with you today two experiences that for me is kind of also a demonstration of how much we can tension and we can put in practice those critical approaches when we talk about the reality of today in our countries, in Latin American region. I'm not talking about the whole Latin American. I'm going to talk about the experience from Chile in relation to the rest of Latin America about datification of life, the internet, an internet very close to the use of AI, the automatization process, etc. So I will share with you what I consider are the learnings and discussions, debates that we have been developing with different projects and different research teams from here, from Chile and the rest of Latin America, regarding of two concerns. First, one related with a topic that you already discussed about how we can address data colonialism or data extractivism in our societies, in our communities. But in this case, I will bring you the experience of developing an academic challenge, I think, which was how we can do this without using a colonialist academic methodology, but instead using a podcast, and very inspired in the idea of a community podcast. The second one is an ongoing project that is related with also the challenge of putting in practice the principles of what we are considering data feminism and a feminist approach to artificial intelligence. This is related with an ongoing project that was funded by a research network that is related with feminist AI. And it's a chatbot, it's a conversational agent that allows you to receive information about what is gender-based digital violence and how to act regarding to that. And then I will tell you why. So in the context general, particularly to understand these two challenges, the context in general is in Chile as in practical all Latin America, we have kind of culture of data that is very very flexible, very naturalized in the idea of data is something that you naturally give every day. For example, when you go to a supermarket or when you go to a drugstore, etc., particularly personal data, because for at least 20 years, we have been giving that information not only in digital platforms, but in the analogic world. Chile, of course, was a pioneer in regulating data protection and etc., but that regulation was not enough to address the challenges of what it means to live a life of digital platforms. And of course, right now, the entrance of the artificial intelligence and the automatization of many things. So in general, the people has this idea of is very regular or is very natural to give our data, or that a digital platform extracts kind of data, or don't understand what does it mean when I use X platforms, etc. So the second one is even we have democratic governments. Countries like Chile are very precious of natural resources, in which many, and particularly the AI industry and technological industry is based, which is lithium. So the conversation for me about data and artificial intelligence in that terms is related also with the extractivism of also a natural resource that Chile has in abundance, which is lithium, which brings me also to this idea of when we talk about data, we are not talking about an unmaterial element. We are talking about a very concrete and material resource. And the third one that I want to share with you is how we can also to put in practice some gender or feminist in this case approach and perspective when you think about what you want to do, or what do you want to correct, or what do you want to close with the bias and many other things that appear when we talk about this is a society that put at the center the gratification of life. So the first project, which indeed today I think we are starting to share, it was a collaborative and very diverse project that we call dialoguing or dialogando about data, which was a project of Tierra Común Network, which is a group of academic researchers, activists, and many practitioners that came from the Latin America, particularly the South, the global South, but particularly in Latin America, and some researchers that are also concerned about how we can talk about, how we can spread, and how we can open the discussion about data colonialism and data justice from very diverse perspectives. This network was created by Paula Ricaurte, Nick Couldry, Ulises Mejias, and today we are more or less 60 researchers, activists, which combine our knowledge and our practices. So one important thing is Tierra Común doesn't work, is not a kind of association, it's only a network. So this kind of project particularly was a challenge in terms of how we can put together the idea of how we can start to build a methodology that allows us to talk about data colonialism without reproducing colonialist logics. So the project that I'm going to share with you, and you can also listen if you want, but all the material are in Spanish, are the idea that how we can appropriate from the podcast form and media as a methodology, not only to disseminate knowledge, or for example, papers, but also as an instrument, as a tool where we can do another approaches to open this discussion. The idea was to convert the podcast in a kind of audiobook that allow us to create many episodes, many angles, many different ways to understand what it was happening with the debate of data colonialism or data extractivism or technological extractivism, colonialism as well in our countries. So what we can do is to, at the end of the day, each country, each different researcher participate Catherine Rayleigh from the Simon Fraser University and Esteban Morales, which leads the group. And then we came around 20 researchers, activists, and journalists, also community communicators, in a kind of network as well of webinars and dialogues that we open. We produce at the moment 5 episodes, each one for each country, covering different aspects, trying also different formats. Some of the podcasts, for example, were the traditional way to interviews, but another ones, for example, were more creative and include, for example, the participation of the community dialogue or debating community debate. When we went with the podcast tools and with the podcast equipment to some community and open the discussion and just record what happened with some provocative question, when we put at the center the idea that the community talk about what does it mean today in a world where everything that you touch in your mobile phone, it means that has a data extractivism. In the case of Chile, we produce an episode that is called, or is a format that is docu-sonoro. The documental kind of sound documentary in the format of a podcast, when we divide 3 parts of what we can do, we could be writing as a paper. The first one is, for example, what happened with the material infrastructure related with the debate in our country about data governance. Particularly in this aspect, was very important the context that Chile will have now a plan to build more than 30 data centers in our country, in our territory. The second one, of course, is very related with the environmental and ecological impact. And the third one was the scope in relation to the protection of personal data, because also Chile was finalizing the discussion about a new law in data protection. So in this image, I just summarize the idea of how we can, in the academia, in a more creative, in a more probably also critical, and in a more also community approach, how we can translate, but also accommodate and transform our knowledge, our findings, our discussion in our debates in a dialogue, in a format that is more not only attractive, but more educational. It could be one word, but I want to say that it's more related with the daily life of the people. So the 3 episodes that we developed, for example, and if I have time, I will give you also one kind of a small example of how the podcast sounds. In the first one, we talk about the impact of the strategic decision of our government. In a previous panel, you talk about how these topics are indeed not only an academic or a debate of ideas, but also are political debates, was related with the construction of data centers in our country. The second image is related of how today in the north of Chile, particularly in the Salar de Atacama and near, we are just now seeing how the lithium extractivism industry is starting to be built. And the third image is very related with the idea, and those who can read Spanish understand the idea that I give when you go to any place, not only a digital platform, and they ask you for your personal data. This is a kind of comic that is also another way in which we are testing many products that instead of produce an academic paper or academic approach, we can create a more innovators way to dialogue with the community. Some, as I mentioned before, some episodes in this practice that we have been, because the whole platform that is today is allocated in the Tierra Común Network web page. Some episodes were also recorded with the focus on communities, integrating into the idea that this also could be a participatory approach, also to strengthen skills and competences of social appropriation for example, the whole diversity that we have today when we talk about how we can also provoke data literacy or information or digital literacy in our communities over different levels of public, but not so public, but persons. The second approach that I want to share with you is the lesson that we are already having with the developing of building a prototype, a pilot of a feminist chatbot that is called Sophia. Sophia in Spanish, the translation could be a feminist hearing system that aims, or its objective is to give information, to give orientation about what to do when you have a situation of gender-based digital violence, which today has become worldwide problematic, particularly in the women's collective, and particularly for those women that participate actively in different social media or social network platforms, and particularly those who has a political or a public voice. So this project also accepted the challenge of a group of researchers that worldwide are working with the idea how we can construct, or how we can thought, or how we can start to create a theoretical but also a practical approach to an artificial intelligence feminist artificial intelligence.
Sorry to interrupt, we're gonna have to wrap up.
Yeah, I have to finish, no? Yeah. So I will leave you this until the moment as two approaches to have the discussion later. Thank you very much for your attention.
You, Patty, now Cesar Polanio, or is yours?
Thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you to Jonas and all the team is coordinating this interesting meeting. This paper is an abstract of a much more extended article titled Data Economy, a discussion on value, fictions valuation, and national sovereignty. Here we summarize just one of these, the central arguments of this article. Alongside the neoliberal era, productivity restructuring forms part of the set of responses by monopolistic capital to restore both US hegemony and the conditions for capital reproduction and profitability that had been lost in the previous period. This restructuring is guided by financial logic, which presides over the new mode of regulation structured around a new configuration of structural invariants. I cite the French regulation school, the concept. Among these structural invariants, one must include what Bolaño defines as the communicational form of capitalist social relations. The accelerated advancement of neoliberalism is closely linked to the development of informational technologies. Furthermore, digital platforms provide the necessary tools for developing the numerous financial innovations that mark a critical aspect of the new mode of regulation. Two theoretical historical aspects need to be considered. The first concerns the process of productive restructuring mentioned above, based on the development of the productive forces whose genesis dates back to the World War II and the post-war period, especially with the so-called microelectronic revolution, which resulted in the establishment of the digital paradigm. This transformation is essentially characterized by a broad movement of subsumption and relative deskilling of intellectual labor on the one hand, and the general intellectualization of our work process on the other, generating crucial impacts on consumption, culture, and ways of life. In Marxist terms, this process can be defined as the third industrial revolution, in which software assumes the role previously held by machine tools in the original industrial revolution. Telematic convergence, the internet, digital platforms, and so-called artificial intelligence, among other social technical innovations of the last 5 decades, are developments of this same revolutionary process. I don't agree with the concept of fourth industrial revolution. We can discuss it later. The second aspect relates to the growing disconnection between the real and financial spheres of capital, resulting in the significant increase of idle capital. The specific idle capital not integrated into the expanded reproduction process intensifies speculative activities, contributing to the emergence of recurring crises and the greater centralization of capital. A striking example of this phenomenon was the dot-com collapse in the late 90s, a key milestone in the internet business landscape. After the recession, the increased mergers of technology companies consolidated the foundations of the current network oligopoly. Given this panorama, in our critique of the idea of a new data economy, we propose the hypothesis that data does not have intrinsic value a priori, and that when extracted and organized by large digital oligopolies, it can function as fictitious capital without the contradictions this implies for the accumulation process. On one hand, the so-called data economy is a technological development linked to the third industrial revolution, expanding the capacities for collecting, storing, and manipulating enormous volumes of data. At this point, for methodological reasons, we are interested in focusing strictly on the economic aspects of the problem, but we cannot overlook the fact that among the destinations of the data extracted from population are prominently surveillance and social control system operated by agents endowed with economic power. In fact, this is the ultimate meaning of the entire process of constituting so-called big data, its control. In the manipulation of large numbers, algorithmic models play a crucial role in facilitating control and communication. On the other hand, the construction of large scale databases where crude raw material is stored for potential use in various labor processes gives rise to a market where data packages are bought and sold. As interest in statistical, demographic, and behavioral data grows, the idea of data economy may seem increasingly appropriate from the perspective of orthodox economics, which naturalizes social relations and makes no distinction between price and value. The key point to highlight is that data should not be defined as a commodity, nor even as raw material, as has been naturalized in the literature. In this sense, we can establish an analogy with what Marx calls the free gift of nature to capital. I cite Marx here. Natural elements entering as agents into production and which cost nothing, no matter what role they play in production, do not enter as components of capital, but as a free gift of nature to capital. That is, as a free gift of nature's productive power to labor, which, however, appears as the productiveness of capital, as all other productivity under the capitalist mode of production. The collection of data from internet users has been increasing more and more due to the expanding platform infrastructures in the form of apps, plugins, active and passive sensors and trackers. I cite a famous article of Powell, Nibor, and Foundation. However, the objectified labor in these digital infrastructures has the sole purpose of capturing data, that is, separating them from their immediate connection with individuals. According to Marx, all things that labor merely separates from their immediate connection with their nature, environment constitutes objects of labor provided by nature. The same can be said of data, which will only be considered raw material after having undergone a modification performed by labor. So this the phrases from Marx also. Or in other words, after having been filtered, organized, and structured by living labor objectified in infrastructures different from those that perform mere capture. Bolaño emphasized this idea in his study on the Genome Project, mentioning both databases and clone libraries preserved for future experiments. In both cases, the transformation into raw material, that is, the initial valorization, depends on retrieving the data from the repositories through the teleological action that characterize human labor in general, in the definition of Lucas. In the case of informational worker, the action is oriented by a project in which the industrial cycle and the cycle of certified academic production are often articulated. However, it should be noted that we are no longer dealing with data, but considering organized knowledge with information which begins to circulate within collective process of physical and intellectual labor. Digital data being a raw material in its crude state is the difference. Let's see, I think that in English we don't have the difference. The raw material is used for raw material and for raw material in its crude state. It was a little difficult to translate the text. Digital data being a raw material in its crude state can be compared to the mapping of the human genome, which forms a vast biological and genetic database of extreme utility. This database serves both for subsequent genomic research and for capitalist accumulation through specific productive process resulting in new drugs, treatments, and procedures with economic value. According to Bolland, the mapping can be interpreted as a kind of enclosure. The mere enclosure of land does not in itself create value. It was only the violent action mediated by a set of historical circumstances that transformed communal property into privatized property. In the case of land, whether it will later be used in some productive process through the action of rural workers is another matter. In the case of the Genome Project, there was a consensus that the genes could not be patented, only the products that subsequent research might develop. A similar approach should be applied to the databases controlled by the companies that own digital platforms. At a more general and abstract level, we hypothesize that the so-called data economy, with exceptions, is characterized and is characterized as an innovative form of fictitious capital. It joins financial derivatives and corporate bonds with its valorization tied to the promise of generating competitive advantages or future returns for third parties. In other words, as data is extracted, enclosed, and stored on a larger scale by companies that control the repositories, it can be, and is, packaged to serve as capital, even if it is not capital a priori. This generates the speculation and fictitious valorization justified by its supposed future utility, such as in predicting purchase, analyzing consumption trends, or concrete productive process linked to the production of the commodity audience. This movement constitutes a significant source of income for companies that own digital platforms. The trade of data on specific platforms such as data marketplace, data brokers, and decentralized finance, as well as blockchains, though still emerging and poorly structured, constitutes a new form of fictitious capital. Its dynamics follow the same logic as classical forms or other financial innovations that have marked the development of capitalism in the neoliberal period. Ultimately, this process of transforming data packages into tradable digital assets fuels the overproduction of capital, contributing to the cyclical crisis of capitalism, such as the subprime crisis of 2008. Okay, the 10 minutes. Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Sandra. Now, Andres Dominguez Hernandez, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Jonas, and the organizing team for this wonderful workshop. It's hard to be the last one speaking because so much has been said that I agree with, and I have been taking so many notes, but I'll try to bring my perspective on this as an engineer turned social scientist. So I'm from Ecuador. I did engineering in Ecuador, and I did my PhD here in the UK on STS. So I've always been interested in innovating. What does that mean for the context of Latin America? So what does it mean to innovate locally? And I am along with this kind of concern with Latin American STS scholars who have been thinking about and questioning governments kind of implementing models of innovation from Silicon Valley or very close to Silicon Valley throughout the years. So that's kind of one long-standing kind of concern and interest, and I want to bring this interest with a trend that I've seen recently with AI, with the current paradigm of large language models and foundation models, and this specific feature that is being marketed and sold in these visions of AI, which is around automating innovation. And I want to think about this as a form of epistemic risk when we think about trying to address this question that I said earlier, but what does it mean to innovate in Latin America and in the Global South? So that's kind of the context of this presentation, and I've been working on this with colleagues. So this is an in-progress kind of theoretical argument. So I will talk about this feature. As I said, there's a lot being said now about using AI, generative AI, as a source of novelty, as a source of new ideas, new products, as a way to kind of replace the innovative practices or the knowledge functions of firms. These are some of the quotes and the kind of visions about AI, but with respect to this particular expectation of AI, there's this idea of AI as the ultimate innovation, as the tool for solving society's problems, the biggest society's problems, poverty, the environment, etc. We have some Alman kind of frequently saying, I thought he would stop saying this, but he keeps saying AI would solve all of the physics and fix the climate. And it talks about the future of tech entrepreneurship as being this future where one person owns a $1 billion company, where all of the other kind of activities in firms are automated by AI. So I bring this up because as critical scholars, we probably are tired at this point of listening to these visions, but I think it's very telling, and I use it as a way to kind of look into their visions and their current projects and their current experiments, even though we could think about these claims as bullshit, unrealizable. But they're very telling, and I think it's interesting to see how these are being taken place now with current experiments. So I've been kind of looking into that as well. I think I skipped one slide. Okay, so I'll summarize kind of these visions first, and then I'll go into the current experiment. So this is kind of AI sold as the ultimate innovation and inexhaustible source of solutions. There's this kind of idea of a new scientific paradigm, so AI-driven science. So for discovering, like discovering all of physics, there's this kind of gesture towards replacing biologists or replacing scientists. And AI as an expert, so DeepMind kind of also has artificial general intelligence in their mission, and they kind of explain it as in this way. So AI is kind of the expert of the future. It could be used to advance scientific discovery. So these are some of the imaginaries, the future imaginaries, but there's a lot going on now, which is quite interesting in terms of experiments with actually doing this. So there's some interesting papers kind of doing quantitative studies on how AI is being used for ideation, for generating novel ideas within laboratories. There's a very interesting paper that was on material scientists kind of using generative AI agents to produce new ideas. There's a kind of even thinking about the automation of scientific practices and innovation practices. There's a quantification of how much it would cost even per idea. And this chain of ideas paper is an interesting one because they calculate that it would cost 50 cents per idea to use AI for that. And similarly in innovation consultancy, so there's this American innovation consultancy called ThoughtWorks, which operates in all Latin America, and they also are kind of marketing AI as a generative AI as a way to do product innovation as well. So there's a lot going on now as well in terms of kind of experimenting with this idea. So I wanted to bring up this concept that comes from computer scientists. Within computer scientists, researchers doing at Stanford doing foundation models. Research is a very interesting concept, and it's about giving a name to this effect of the trickling down of biases downstream, and the cause being that there's a consolidation in Silicon Valley about techniques and communities and architectures into this single paradigm of AI development, which is called foundation models, and that causes this kind of homogenization of output. So it's described in a very kind of technical way, and obviously calls for a technical solution, which I won't go into. But there is more to this concept of homogenization. It really reflects the inherent architecture and this centralized architecture of these AI models as universal infrastructure. So this is really a reflection of market consolidation around these models. And so so this is again going beyond the technical description of what homogenization is. When we think about this use case of AI for innovation, we know that these large models privilege Western paradigms and models of innovation over non-Western ones that are detached from local realities and that tend to reduce innovation as this mechanistic and data-driven apolitical remixing of previous ideas. Paolo Ricarte talks about data epistemologies, and there being kind of this assumption of data and data-driven technologies as the best way to tackle problems. So what does that what are the implications of this homogenization with this question that I posed at the beginning? What is innovation? How can we think about different paradigms of innovation in the Global South? So with my colleagues, we use this concept of siliconization in the Global South to, again, think about this history, this chapter in the history of imperialism that is siliconization, this copying and pasting of Silicon Valley concepts, vocabularies, models of financing, innovation, marketing, the technocultures of Silicon Valley. We see them replicated in tech hubs all across the Global South and in Latin America. And it's, again, innovation in this way is conceived through the lens of Western discourse and Silicon Valley discourse, and adapted to local reality. So this is not a new phenomenon. It's been there for decades, and it has been evolving. So our argument is that foundation models, in a very kind of subtle and insidious ways risk reproducing, accelerating, and replicating and entrenching this siliconization. And so we can understand this as, again, a continuation of these universal models of understanding, of knowing, of addressing social issues. So again, foundation models are not only about market monopoly, but it's also about epistemic dominance. So these models are architected in a way that they want to be infrastructures, but they are also epistemic infrastructures. And this is particularly harmful for the Global South, again, with the history of siliconization. And it's a form of epistemic injustice. So it devalues alternative ways of knowing, local and small-scale indigenous forms of innovation, cosmologies, institutions, and strategies to tackle social issues. So how do we kind of react to this, and what can we do to think about, again, this long question? This is posed perhaps as an agenda, but it's more an open question. Again, very difficult question. I don't have the answer to this question, but I think pluralizing innovation is kind of obvious response to centralization and universalization. And I wanted to point to kind of perhaps ways that we can start thinking about concrete interventions. One thing that interests me a lot is decentralization of infrastructure in the socio-technical terms. So not only thinking about localizing and situating compute and data centers outside of the main producers of these technologies, but thinking about different ways of owning, different ways of controlling, different ways of stewarding data. Also, there's interesting paradigms and interesting reactions to these or responses to these large-scale models. We see good experiments around doing smaller scale systems as well. And in general, again, thinking about how do we conceive innovation otherwise, there's this wonderful paper by Jimenez and Roberts, who challenged about challenging the neoliberal paradigm of innovation through the lens of the Andean philosophy of Buen Vivir. And I think for that, we can look at existing philosophies and institutions for innovation that we can look at to explore, even if we look at them as ways to experiment with these questions. So we have summa causa in Ecuador, institutionalized in the constitution. We have a very strong solidarity economy as well throughout the whole region in Latin America. Very strong technical universities. So I think there's I like this idea of experiments to deal with these questions. So there's a lot of opportunities to experimenting with past attempts. And so I wanted to, if I have still some time, so if I can use like maybe 2 minutes. So I wanted to point to this example, which if you are I don't know if you might have heard about that. If maybe people from Ecuador will know about this example. This is the odd one out in the tech hubs. Because it's an explicitly non-Silicon Valley experiment, tech hub experiment, massive experiment, state-led experiment in Ecuador, and very controversial as well. Some would call it a failure. Still exists as a kind of technical university in Ecuador. So it was created in a rural valley in Ecuador, and is inspired by the Andean Buen Vivir. Badly translated Buen Vivir philosophy, and it prioritizes communitarian and environmentally driven concept of innovation. Of course, this is full of contradictions, and there's a lot of criticisms about this project, but I wanted to bring it up because this is the kind of thing that it rarely happens as a kind of project that wants to be this different from the Silicon Valley model. So yeah, I will stop there. Thanks very much.
Great, thank you so much. We have like 3 different presentations. The first one from Patty, we're like rounded on like colonial perspective, especially with the notion of data extractivism and the ways we can counterattack, especially with like gender perspective and the colonial perspective. Cedar Bolaño with a Marxist approach and also rejecting the notion of data from like raw material. And now Andres with an STS and plus the colonial perspective, bringing this and deconstruction this notion of innovation, and with all this tradition of STS, like Lily Irani in India and others. I would remember Lin Zhang work in China regarding in the Silicon Valley, China as well. So there's a lot of conversation south to south. And let's start the Q&A. We have one here, 2, and third one. Go ahead, please. Yeah, you.
Thank you. For Andres, I have a question regarding Yachai and Silicon Valley inspiration. I know like the inspiration and motivations are different, and whether or not it was a failure or success, but in terms of like the practical design of the place of the innovation hub, how different is examples like Yachai in Ecuador versus Rutaen in Colombia, the Silicon Valley of Colombia, like even though like, as you say, the epistemology is different, the inspiration and the knowledge formation is different, how different in practice they are? Like I'm just thinking like the core concept, uniting academia, industry, civil society, ecosystem building, like how really different it is, even though it's not like copy pasting, like a lot of people do like the Silicon Valley of Colombia, but in practice, how different?
Yeah.
Great. Let's do a round of questions. The second one here, third one.
Been seeing this very different in Latin America. By the way, in Latin America, we are resisting against the data governances, the data hegemony that has been sort of like handed out to us secondhand, pretty much from the global north. But something that I collaborated with Professor Catherine Wright in Venezuela and Esteban Morales, one of these methodologies dealing with data perspectives, and something that is rising up a lot in South America as well is this apathy towards being data subjects. This apathy, we in South Americans, we go through having to hand out our data everywhere pretty much. So how do we also address the fact that a lot of the population is not only okay, but also tired and apathetic about data sourcing? I think that's something that can also be very, very useful to discuss.
Great, third one here.
A question just similar to the one regarding Yachi, but it's kind of like, I'm curious about, I think mentioned here, that this is a humanitarian and environmental driven project. So I'm wondering, how can we evaluate the real impact of such projects? Like, who really benefits from such projects? And how do people there, the local people there, develop their meaning out of such practices? So how can we really conceptualize and implement such projects, not as as utopian ideas, but one that can really bring this impact to local well-being and local people that are involved in.
Great. I thought about to the respondents, and after we can do a second one. Andres, starting with you.
Thanks for the question. So it's there's a lot to say about this project. It was a massive experiment, and perhaps that's, I would say, the main reason why it was controversial and it had so many failures. I would say it was maybe an issue not so much of the concepts and the vision, although there's so many contradictions in there as well, but more a matter of in the case of actually a matter of politics and a matter of bad strategy. But in terms of how it's different, again, it's a mixed bag. Yacha is really a mixed bag of ideas and approaches. So there's this headline that that is inspired by the WebDB. But again, you also have startup incubators in there, and you still want to have you know, kind of technologically driven in the same way that resembles Silicon Valley. So to an extent, you will find if you go there, you will find this similar things in there. So, but I wanted to bring this approach because I think in a way, at least, there was some kind of political willingness to do something like that, which is incredibly rare because there's no templates to do this. So the easy thing is just take the template of Silicon Valley and just apply it. And so that's why I'm interested in looking at these things as experiments and thinking about what can you learn from there. And so the question about so yeah, not seeing them as utopias. So this was definitely sold as a utopia, as a kind of massive transformational project, and yeah, it created a lot of I would say, yeah, local displacement, as you say, local population, as well as expropriation of land there as well. Well, expropriation is of large landowners in there as well, but people who were working in the land were also kind of sidelined. So there's this clash of this idea or imperative of progress versus the how do you do with the local realities of people living off agriculture. So yeah, there's lots of contradictions in there, and it's not this is not an ideal example of you know, how do we go away ideas of Silicon Valley and how do we do innovation differently. But I think it's worth studying this case because it has yeah, this kind of counterintuitive and counter hegemonic for I guess even for the politics of it. I think it's interesting how we understood it. Yeah, I wanted to say something as well, but I will let you.
Yeah, Cesar, do you want to add something?
Yeah. For respect to the apathy you say about Latin American people, I just think that it's not a question of individuals. For me, it's a matter of state, because you cannot, in principle, you cannot be remunerated by collecting data. So this is a question of regulation. Data from individuals are public goods. As just raw material in its crude state. So no work is added by the capitalists that collect this data. It does not have the right to sell it. So the problem is because people send his data without thinking about it. In Brazil, you go to the pharmacy and you put your number and you don't know what for. but the state has the to regulate. And this regulation, I think, is not when in the debate on regulation, we are not thinking well about this problem. So you can produce an enormous collection of data and use it as fictitious capital. You can sell, you can valorize fictiously your capital completely with no intervention of the public sector. So I think that that is the point. It's not less to individuals to solve this problem because it's impossible. It's completely impossible.
Great, Patty,
Excuse me, my English, because English is my fourth language, so I was old when I began to study.
Yeah. Do you remember the first time I went to like office hours in Toronto and then to show up and say, "Oh, sorry, Professor, my English is so bad." Yeah, mine is it's also bad, so don't worry. Patty, can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes.
I'll try to interpret your question to Patty. They're asking, quoting Esteban Morales and Catherine O'Reilly about data subjects and how in Latin America there's a lot of histories of resistance, but now we are seeing a lot of apathy and tired data subjects, tired people. How to deal with it?
Well, precisely that's the challenge today, as you mentioned, when we in our countries, and Cesar also mentioned, we came from a tradition where personal data collection has been part of our culture. So that's the first thing when you speak about the warning and give this approach saying, oh, yes, you have to be data literacy or awareness about that. I think what is going on now, there is probably small opportunities when we, as I tried to explain before, you connect this idea that the data as as an importance asset of your life became something that really is connected with your territory, with your community. For example, the discussion about the construction of data centers, at the end of the day, allow us to understand that in those places, many of our data is collected, is maintained, and etc. And those structures really are impacting your natural resources. So then you have an opportunity not only to go as a researcher that is going to extractivist with extractivist methodology to I don't know, to understand how a community, for example, an indigenous community or local community think about that, because probably what you're going to find out today is many of them accept that reality, because also it's an opportunity, it's an economic opportunity for them. So I think the question right now is how we can work to understand that, again, it's not that you impose a view as a researcher, as an expert, as an academic, but also use this kind of methodology to bring also this reality that in the daily life are happening, and understand why we are, I don't know, will to accept the data extractivism and why, and also understand how we can be more creative in having a more local approach to data literacy, to digital information, and etc. Because, and I said, not everything in our countries, Brazil in this moment, I think, Cesar, is an exception in the continent. And we are observing you with very, very particular way, because many in the rest of the countries, you can have a strong regulation, but we don't have the institutionality or the governance to ensure that regulation really is implemented and is being accomplished. So I think still we have to accept that in the resistance, many people also not resist, because it's part of the daily life.
Great, thank you so much, Patty. One more round. There's one question here, one second here, and Sharon, yes, go ahead.
Environmental. Like, I'm more interested in knowing that doesn't it wonder, like, when you say that it's environmentally driven, like, we exactly talk about.
Great, second one was, yeah.
Yeah.
So I want to know that, so did this transition create a strategic approach, where technological improvement? So, like in general, how do Latin American countries to overcome the problem of political instability when facing the problem of development of innovations in the. So,
Thank you, Gary.
I think my question might reconnect with that. I'm curious about what we can learn, if any at all, in terms of data governance from the Latin American experience. And I speak about governance from a multiple standpoint, the state, civil society actors, etc. I guess I'm asking this question because we also asked this question in Asia, where we have super apps that are harvesting data from multiple points of a person, and the governance question remains, what is the ideal framework for data governance? So I'm curious what we can learn maybe from the experience of Latin America, if at all.
Excellent. You want to start? Sí. Luego te comentas.
Yeah. Sure, okay. So the first question, environmental, I'll try to answer both because I think they're related. So I think there is at the core of it, it was this attempt to translate this indigenous philosophy into a state-led project, massive project, and that interpretation of the government at the time was their own take on it. So it was a kind of amalgam of different ideologies that were given this name, and so some of the things that you hear in there, which is this top level kind of description of it, is this communitarian dimension, this environmental dimension, but at the same time there was a kind of socialist idea of what development would look like, and there was a core aspect of development in there as well. Because the government had a clear vision of development, and that's perhaps incompatible with the idea of when we live, or the profile of philosophy of when we live, which I said it was badly translated as well, because it might, when we live, kind of brings us this, might bring up perhaps more Western ideas of like good living or comfort, or dulce vita. I don't know, it's not at all that, but indigenous would see it completely different to that. So massive kind of contradictions in there as well. And I mean, in terms of the politics, yeah, that's I think political instability and political cycles where in my view, the main reason or one of the main reasons this kind of project failed, because it was a lot of kind of trying to make this project and this vision, this utopian vision of reality in very short time. So yeah, just to kind of to answer the question of perhaps yeah, what are the failures with the kind of this idealistic vision kind of clashes with the reality of politics and political instability and reactionary politics from the other side. Anyway, I kind of turned this into a yacha thing, but yeah, a friend of mine wrote a dissertation on yacha, so there's a very good study on it, which I recommend. This is from my experience of working in there, because I worked there before doing my PhD. But yeah, it's a very interesting case. We can talk more about.
Great. I'm writing a book on failure, so it's so interesting to know all these issues. Cesar?
Okay. Oh, it's a very complex question. I don't I will not speak about Latin America, but I use the example of Brazil.
Yeah.
We have a lot of similarities. The process is more or less the same, but the differences are big. So I use the example of Brazil. We have a long tradition on planification. Brazil passed by a process of industrialization, very very important between the 30s and the 60s of the last century. But in the neoliberal period, I think that it's much lost. The insertion, the neoliberal insertion of Brazil in this process is very, very profound and very, very complicated in governments of right and in governments on the left. So I think that a lot of things are lost. Second point, the problem now, because now we have an idea, the present government, to reindustrialization. Because Brazil passed, like a lot of other countries, by a process of reprimarization. And now we have a project of reindustrialization of the country. But I think that the question of technologies of communication and information in general are not well put in the interior of this new project. So, for example, we have a project we are studying with Ben and other people the question of digital platforms. And we are studying different cases. The case of Europe is clearly, for me, a case of accentuating dependency on the United States organization. Because, in fact, all this process of ICT, etc., internet, etc., is part of the global United States project. This European solution is a solution that profounds its dependence. It's different the case of China, for example, that has an approach much more preoccupied with autonomy and national sovereignty. And I think that finally is a process, is a perspective developmentist, basically. I think that this kind of solution is much more acceptable by the Latin American tradition of planification, the process of industrialization and the process of development. So it's very different, the conditions of the 30s and now. But the real question is to put these discussions on platforms, AI, etc., in terms of national development and national sovereignty. We are in this debate in this moment. I don't know, I'm not very optimistic, but we are fighting that.
Yeah, we're still trying. We're still trying again. Patty, good and like easy question for you. What we can learn from Latin America in terms of data governance? In 30 seconds. No, you have a lot of.
For me, that one? The data governance lessons. Sorry, I didn't hear the question very well. Can you repeat it?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, now yes.
Great, thank you. What we can learn from Latin America in terms of data governance?
Oh, gosh.
Easy, for like the end of the day.
Well, again, first, this idea of data governance, I think, is still an idea. Because, as I mentioned before, we cannot speak for the total region, but because I think we still are dealing with the idea of what does it mean today to talk about a governance in terms of, for example, digital convergence or the digital, even that idea, the internet, etc. Not in every country, for example, the efforts or the idea of having a governance as an institution or mechanism that not only allow us to measure, but also to follow, for example, to do some control of the process. So indeed, in Latin America is still a challenge. I mean, not only countries, particularly, I can speak for Chile. That's precisely the moment when many different experts, academics, civil society, less, because civil society also, you cannot idealize that idea that in Latin America we have a strong civil society, but also because it depends on many factors. And today the sustainability of civil society is a strong scenario. So the lessons are that how you can do a kind of critical approach when your own government really doesn't many times and in many occasions allow the participants of the multiple actors, you know, the participation of this idea of multiple actors. Because indeed, for example, in Chile, this kind of debate or this kind of discussion are very private-public. So the civil society and academic, I don't know, we are part of the public or what. So the lessons are, and I'm not sure what we can learn, but as I mentioned before, each country probably is understanding the weakness, the challenges, the obstacles of how to enter in that debate when we have still a debt or pending other issues like internet governance. For example, we are talking right now in Chile about artificial intelligence governance as well, but we don't have institutionality probably. We don't have civil society prepared or we don't have diversity of narratives about this. So that's what I can share with you about your questions.
Great, thank you so much, Patty. Thank you so much for this
All right, so we'd like to thank everyone that stayed until now. Again, we're very sorry that we had our speakers this very challenging task of speaking of such a broad topic. But of course, I'm biased to say, but I love that. I think that we had a very diverse feature. We had people that brought aspects about data feminism, of political economy, of regulation, and also, I know that the structure in region maybe not be the most creative, but on the other hand, as we know that the global south is super diverse and the regions are diverse and the countries are diverse, I think that we got a glimpse that at least on my end, I learned a lot. So I hope that all of you have learned a lot. And we also expect that I think that Amir was the one asking about your workshop if people wanted to do more of that. So I don't know, maybe in the future we can have other editions of that. Let's see what happens. And I would like to thank everyone from the organizing committee, Alan, that basically organized. And I think that is it.
Amazing panel now, auto.